understanding that we need. Thank you for making this program a successful one. In Christ Jesus' name, I pray. Amen.
Thank you. So for the program, we'll be starting with the international student representatives, then to WUCOM, electoral commissioner, the activities and the coordinator for activities, the financial secretary, the general secretary, and then the president. Yeah, because right now I think we are lacking one president, so that's how we have to start it. Okay. We are still going to use the numbers. So for the international rep, we'll start with Mr. Samuel, and then the time allocated for your speech, your manifesto reading will be 5 minutes. Yeah, 5 minutes. Then we'll ask questions. 5 minutes for the reading, then we ask questions. Yeah, so we'll have Master Samuel here.
Mr. Electoral Commissioner, distinguished panelists, members of Mastercard Foundation Scholar Program, secretariats, outgoing executive, fellow scholars, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm deeply grateful for the opportunity to stand before you today and present my manifesto as I aspire to serve as your next international scholars representative for the academic year of 2026-2027 of this noble community. My name is Samuel Bjiringiro, a Mastercard Foundation scholar and a fourth-year Doctor of Optometry student at KNUST. I stand before you today with humility, commitment, and a strong desire to serve our diverse and vibrant international scholars community. Fellow scholars, leadership is not about title. It's about service, advocacy, and ensuring that every scholar feels heard, represented, and supported. I am not here with empty promises, but with practical and achievable policies aimed at addressing some of the pressing concerns of international scholars. The first one, welfare support for bereaved international scholars. Being away from home is already challenging. Losing a parent or a loved one while studying abroad can be emotionally and financially devastating. If entrusted with your mandate, I will advocate for establishment of bereavement welfare support for international scholars facing such circumstances. This support will include advocacy for emergency travel support to enable affected scholars to reunite with their families during difficult time, emotional support and psychosocial support, access to counseling services. Fellow scholars, no international scholar should have to face grief alone. The second one, peer mentorship and academic support. I believe that no international scholars should have to navigate university life.
Yeah, so please, since most of the supporters are not here, the aspirants, you can also ask questions for the portfolios. I mean, except the presidential ones, because they will do a presidential debate if there is time. Yeah, thank you.
So the second one, peer mentorship and academic support. I believe that no international scholars should have to navigate university life alone. I will establish a mentorship program where every international scholar, especially freshmen, will be connected with experienced mentors who can provide guidance on academic excellence, university life, and personal development. Third one, advocacy for timely payments of stipend and allowance. I recognize the difficulties that delay in monthly stipend creates for scholars. Such delay places unnecessary financial burden on scholars and affects both their welfare and academic performance. As your representative, I will actively engage the leadership of Mastercard Foundation Scholar Program and relevant stakeholders to advocate for timely disbursement of stipend and allowance, ensuring that scholars' concerns are heard and addressed, because you cannot study when you are hungry. Fourth one, enhancement of internship allowance. Many international scholars undertake internship far from their home, where transportation costs and living costs are very high. So the current internship allowance is sufficient to cover transportation and living expense throughout 6 weeks internship periods. If elected, I will collaborate with MCF Scholar President and relevant stakeholders to advocate for increased internship allowance for scholars, so that scholars can fully benefit from this opportunity without financial strain, culture showcase, and diversity celebration. Our diversity is our strength. I will advocate for all international scholars to the Mastercard Foundation Scholar Program at KNUST to organize dinners in a way of showcasing our culture and promoting our diversity, where scholars from different countries can celebrate their heritage, share traditional dishes, and learn from one another. These activities will foster unity, inclusiveness, strengthen the spirit of one global family within Mastercard Foundation Scholar community. 6. National service opportunity for international scholars. National service provides valuable practical experience and equips young graduates with skills required in today's job market. If elected, I will advocate for equitable access to national service opportunity for all international scholars across all college, not only those in College of Health Science. 7. Career guidance, alumni engagements, and professional networking. Many international scholars graduate without clear direction regarding their life after university. I envision creating a strong ecosystem where scholars can easily access career guidance and professional development opportunities, networking session with successful alumni and industry professionals, mentorship on career pathway, graduate studies, entrepreneurship, and job opportunities. Through strong alumni engagements and career support, we will prepare international scholars not only to graduate, but also to thrive and excel in the world beyond KNUST. I also plan to add to this what my counterpart has on board in case I win this election over her. This is because there are some people who will find her policies more interesting and viable than mine and vote for her. And what we are all striving, and what we all strive for is better MCF community, MCF ISA community, and MCF scholars community in general. Leadership is not about competition, but about services, unity, and ensuring that together we build a strong and more inclusive community for all. Fellow international scholars, I humbly ask for your support. I humbly ask for your support, your trust, and your votes. Let us bring a stronger community together. Because together we grow, together we serve, together we excel. Voting for me is making your voice heard. A vote for Samuel Byiringiro is a vote for a compassionate leadership, broad advocacy, accountable. A vote for Samuel Byiringiro is a vote for a compassionate leadership, broad advocacy, accountability, and progress. Thank you all, and may God bless us all.
So please, if anyone have a question for him.
Okay, so thank you so much, Samuel. This is a powerful manifesto, and I recommend you for that. But then on your point 3, the advocacy for timely payment of stipends and allowances. You made mention of the delay sometimes brings some unnecessary financial burdens. Can you state some of the burdens that you are referring to over there, the unnecessary, financial burdens here that you refer to?
So what I want to mean here is that when they try to disperse the stipend, or when they try to pay us the stipend, some of the international scholars or Ghanaian scholars, they find it difficult to get money to buy either food, even to pay some money for the printing of the documents when they are doing the assignments, which makes them navigate through the academics, and which makes them find it difficult to navigate through the academics. And even some of them, they go hungry, and you cannot study when you are in the class when you are hungry. So that's what I was trying to say. I was trying to say that I want to advocate for them so that they can pay the stipend and allowance on time, so that it can enhance our academic performance and also our well-being.
So that's fantastic. And then we realized yesterday during the voting, some of the even the presidential aspirants were also saying such challenge. Are you going to do it alone, or you are going to collaborate with?
No, I am going to collaborate with them because it is not going to benefit international scholars. It's all scholars in general, even the Ghanaian scholar. So I'll work with the executive board and the scholars council to solve that issue, to advocate for that issue.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, please, on your point 6, we're talking about national service opportunities for all international scholars. I want to know, is it you want the international scholars to do their internship in Ghana here or back to their
No,
country?
there are some international scholars that want to do in the national service, but especially for me, I'm in the College of Science. I can't do national service when I want, when I prefer to do it. But those in the College of Science, they are the one that are allowed to request it. So what I want to advocate for them so that every international scholars who may wish to do the national service can find it easy without any discrimination, because we don't want it to be limited to the student in the College of Health Science.
So do you think the restrictions from the international students doing national service, this one is national service in Ghana, the MCF is the one who can advocate for that, or it's a general thing, I mean, from the national level or something?
No, we have, what I want to say is that we have some final year students, when they graduate, some of them, they prefer to do national service, and MCF is the one that helps them to pay the accommodation for them. So I know some students that are doing, some graduates that are doing it, those in medical laboratory science and the medical imaging. But when you are from the College of Science, you are not allowed to request the national service and do it. So what I want the MCF, the secretariats, to allow all international scholars from all college to anyone who wants to do the national service. Yes. You are welcome.
Yeah, please, any other question? Okay, so yesterday I got we placed a Google form on the page for scholars to ask questions. Yes. So yesterday you made a point at the vetting that you are going to do mentorship, because when you came you never got mentorship or got menteed under someone, right? So the question was, if your issue was that you are scared that the first years will not perform well, and then yet you are the one doing, you without a you who never got menteed is doing extremely well academically, right? So how do you see this as a problem?
So what I want to say is that, like me, I believe in empathy. When I was in first year, the first semester, it was very hard for me to navigate through it because I was not having a mentor who can guide me academically. And I'm sure there are some international freshers that are also struggling academically. It's not only academically, but also how to navigate through the university life, and how to secure the opportunities that can develop them personally. So what I want them to have like a mentors, the fellow scholars who are like those in the third year or fourth year who are doing the same program, to guide them. I want each international fresher to have a mentor. Thank you so much.
Okay, so the next person on our list to be the so the next person on our list will be Miss Susan, an aspirant for International Student Scholars Representative.
So, the election commissioner members of Mastercard Foundation staff, the outgoing executives, and my fellow scholars, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. I am very humbled and grateful this morning to have this chance to present to you my manifestos as I aspire to be your next MCF International Scholars representative of this vibrant community. I am Susan Wamboi, a cohort 11 and a second year BSc nursing student of this great institution. And before you today, I request for your vote as the next MCF International Scholars representative position for this academic year. I'm not contesting merely to get the position, but to serve, to listen, and advocate for your needs. So, dear scholars, my policies are not just empty promises, but they are achievable and they directly address the needs of international scholars. They include the following, but not limited to: number 1, community building. So I have observed that when Ghanaian scholars go home, as international students, we are left at our hostels and we end up utilizing the short vacation, either doing nothing, but others engage in social activities. And in line with this, I desire to introduce social activities among students, such as get-togethers, group outings, and social events where they showcase their cultures, traditions, language, and heritage to others. Number 2 is transportation. Most international students have complained of inadequate transport allowance for them to take it to their respective villages when they arrive at their countries. And in line with that, I would advocate for the increment of their transport allowance for international students, and also work with the current MCF international rep to advocate for a way that the 4th year students will come back next year for their graduation. The third policy is conflict resolution. As an international continuing scholar, I have experienced situations where making decisions and solving conflicts among ourselves becomes an issue. And in relation with that, I'll advocate or collaborate with my fellow executives to make sure that we understand the underlying conflict and find a solution that resonates best with both teams. My 4th manifesto is language barrier. So for us international students, we face challenges, especially when we interact with fellow Ghanaians, when you go to the market, when you interact with the vendors and others. And in line with that, I'll advocate for scholars who are interested in learning the Akan language, for them to get trainings and support by the office to make it easier for them to navigate their life as on campus as they interact with other Ghanaians. My last but not least manifesto is mentorship program / career guidance. I have noted that most international students lack proper guidance about their career choices and mentorship. So this has affected many of us because we end up doing courses that we didn't want to do. And in line with that, I'll arrange mentorship programs where scholars get to network with their fellow alumni and other scholars. So I do plan to work with my counterpart if I win, and the collective concern of my fellow international students for the betterment of our Mastercard Foundation International Scholars Community and the whole Mastercard Foundation Scholars Community in general. Fellow scholars, let's vote wisely. Let's vote for a candidate who will be able to bridge the gap between international students and the Scholars Council. And that candidate is none other than me, Susan Wamboi Moshoki. Your concern is my commitment. Thank you.
Miss Susan, thank you for your presentation. So I want to ask you a question about your point 4, the language barrier. You mentioned that you are going to organize a training for international students who want to learn the Akan language. I want to find out, like, is the international student really want to learn the Akan language? Have you found out from them?
So it's not an obligation, it's an opportunity, and it's voluntary, those who are interested. Personally, I'm interested in learning the language, but I've not gotten any training to do that. Plus, if I get that chance, I'll interact with them and get feedback from them. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone with a question? Please, you are here to ask her a question. You can't be here just sitting down.
Yeah, please, those who have joined online, please, do you have a question? If there is a question, you can put in the comment section. Yeah, so please be putting your questions in the comment section and then direct it to the aspirant, the positions, then we'll go forward with it. Yes, so thank you. Please, any questions at all? Any question? Oh, I have a question. Please, you asked, you were like, some of the international students are doing courses that they do not want to do, and then when you come, so when you come, is it like you are going to change the course for them?
No,
Okay,
I'm
so
not
what did
going
you do?
to change courses for
What
them.
did you do? Because if they didn't like it and they got it, I mean, yes.
We are trying to make sure that that doesn't happen to any other scholar in the future by connecting them with fellow scholars and alumni who have already gone through it.
When you win and you are now bringing in the Ghanaian language where the international students are going to learn, do you already have people that is going to teach them? Are you going to collaborate with friends, teachers, or lecturers who are going to, and how are you going to organize it? I mean, make it successful?
Thank you for your question. Okay, I am going to collaboratively work with the executives and also the office if they have any scholars support funds. Yes. Oh, they do have.
Are you aware that the university, there is one, I think, association or something? I don't have much idea about it, but there is one of the they are already doing something like that in the university. Have you heard of something like that?
Yes, I once even signed for it, but we went for classes only twice.
Twice?
Yes.
A week, a month, or a year?
Twice, 2 days, like twice.
I mean, twice
and
a
then,
week?
Yes.
Or for a month?
In a week.
Twice a week. And were you attending?
I attended, but then it didn't continue.
Okay, they've stopped already. They've stopped now. That's why you want to bring
It's not active.
It's not active.
Unless it's not what I'm talking about, unless it's something else.
Okay. All right. Do you know people who organize that program, that Ghanaian language program that you were attending already? And what was the last time you attended?
That was last year.
Last year?
Yes.
This year, are you aware they are still doing it or they are not doing it?
No, I'm not aware.
You are not aware. Have you find out? Have you tried to, make some inquiries to see whether they are still doing it or not?
Not really.
Not really. Okay. All right. I think it's a good idea, but I wanted to know maybe maybe you started working on that and you realize they are not taking it serious or something, so you want to bring it back so that. What about you bring it back and you leave, and they still stop doing it? How are you going to feel about it?
Come again.
What about you start the Ghanaian language, section for the international students, and then you complete and leave, and you realize they are not continuing it again, how are you going to feel?
I'm going to feel bad, but for the ones who will be coming in the future, I feel like they should continue with the same.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello.
She's talking about the language barrier. And I'm asking myself, like, most of the international students, it's not all about the international student. Most of us travel outside, maybe to the other countries. When maybe a person travels to another country, I don't find it necessary for someone to go and start learning another language, because I personally am trying to learn Spanish and it's very difficult for me. And I have run for more than or for one semester, now it's like for 5 months, and it's still difficult for me. I don't think even though there will be training and all those, either it will be effective. And then the second question is about the courses. Most as like the first years when we are admitted, we have already selected the courses. I don't think either there will be a connection between the alumni and those things, because as the alumni, we are not aware of them. We just come to school and then we get to interact with people maybe who have graduated and the rest. So I'm asking, how will the mentorship and those about the courses help us maybe to change and then to run something like that? And then about the conflict resolution. I don't think she has explained better, because she's talking about conflict resolution, and I'm trying to understand how she'll be able to solve the conflicts between the international students and maybe the scholars who are living in the same room, because conflicts are all through. Now I want to learn how maybe she'll be able to do it, and maybe there'll be no conflicts and all this.
Hello. So about the language is you get basic knowledge so that it will help you as you interact with other Ghanaians. It's not like it's mandatory. It's for those who are voluntarily want to learn. And then for the conflict resolution, you have to sit down as a leader, listen to both parties, and understand where the problem is coming from, and then from there have a respectful dialogue between them, and then find a fair solution to both of the teams. Yes, thank you.
You asked three. The language barrier and what again? The courses. Yes.
The courses. I said that we are trying to help those that will come in the future, because we don't want the same scenario to happen again to them. But for the ones who are already here, it's still nice having to connect with other alumni who walk through the same path like you have gone through, and then get their experiences and learn things from them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, so thank you very much. The next panelist on our list will be the portfolio for the Wukon's position, Ms. Frida.
Good afternoon to us all. All protocols duly observed. Fellow scholars, my name is Frida Gatti, and I am honored to present myself for the position of Women's Commissioner. I believe that every woman deserves a supportive environment where she can grow academically, professionally, socially, and personally. As your Women's Commissioner, I will work diligently to create opportunities that empower women, amplify their voices, and encourage active participation in our scholars community. My goal is to build a community where every woman feels heard, valued, respected, and inspired to achieve her full potential. The following are my policies. Her Story Initiative. Many women possess inspiring stories, experiences, and lessons that can motivate others. Through the Her Story Initiative, I will organize storytelling sessions, mentorship forums, and interactive discussions where women can openly share their journeys, challenges, and achievements. This initiative will help build confidence, encourage peer learning, and create a culture of support and encouragement among scholars. It will also provide younger scholars with role models and mentors who can guide them through academic and personal challenges. The second one, promoting inclusivity and sisterhood. A strong community thrives on unity and inclusiveness. I will organize movie nights, games night, social gatherings, and networking events that bring scholars together in a relaxed and enjoyable atmosphere. These activities will foster stronger friendships, encourage collaboration, and ensure that every woman, regardless of background, feels welcomed and included. By strengthening our bonds, we can create a more supportive and vibrant scholars community. The third one is entrepreneurship and career development. Women should be equipped with the skills and knowledge necessary to succeed in today's competitive world. I will facilitate seminars, workshops, and training programs on entrepreneurship, leadership, innovation, and career development. In addition, I will organize practical sessions on business planning, proposal writing, and pitching ideas for grants, scholarships, and financial aid opportunities. These programs will empower women to transform their ideas into impactful projects and successful careers. The third one is Health and Wellness Initiative. Good health is essential for academic success and personal growth. I will champion awareness campaigns and educational seminars on physical health, mental well-being, reproductive health, and stress management. I will also promote healthy lifestyle practices and encourage open conversations about wellness. Through these initiatives, women will have access to information and support systems that help them thrive both academically and personally. If elected, I will serve with dedication, integrity, and transparency. I will listen to the concerns and ideas of women scholars, advocate for their interests, and work collaboratively with other leaders to create meaningful opportunities for growth and development. I am committed to being approachable, responsive, and accountable throughout my tenure. Together, we can create a community where women are empowered to lead, inspired to excel, and supported to achieve their dreams. I humbly ask for your trust and support as we work together to make a lasting impact. Let us build a future where every woman has the confidence, resources, and opportunities to succeed. Vote Frida Gate for Women's Commissioner. Empowering women, inspiring excellence, building community. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Frida, for your presentation. So I have a question for you. It's not, I didn't see in your, but I want to ask. We all talk about gender equality. We all know that. Do you think it's fair enough for us, like every institution that we have been in, you will see woman commissioner, but we don't have men commissioner, but we all talk about gender equality. Do you think it's fair enough for us to have a woman commission, but not a man commissioner?
Okay. I think I don't have a problem if a commission is set for men to cater for the needs of men. But on the case of women commissioner, the commission was set up for equity. Equity is when the needs of a particular group is attended to. So if you say equality, that's sameness. But the commission was set up for equity, to cater specifically for the needs of women. So if a commission is set up for men, I do not have any problem with that.
Okay, thank you.
Frida, this is fantastic. Do you know the current Women's Commissioner for the MCF?
Yes, please.
What is the name?
Miss Margaret Darko.
Okay. Did you follow her manifesto last year?
Yes, please.
Do you remember how many points, was on her manifesto reading?
I don't really remember, but I remember some of the things she read out of her manifesto.
Okay, very good. How many of them has she been able to complete, or what she said in the manifesto? How many of them? If, let's say, you remember those ones.
Okay, for the ones I remember, she has completed them.
All of them?
Yes,
those
please.
you remember?
Yes,
okay,
please.
I think that's fantastic. So, are you sure you can finish? You'll be able to complete all these points that you have stated in your manifesto?
Yes, please.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I just wanted to know that. So I wish you all the best day.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions?
So my question is, you mentioned of forums, movie nights, get-togethers, and other things. How do you resource that? Where do you get the resources? And also the empowerment, like my brother asked. You see, the women do not live in isolation. They live with men. So, yes, I understand you're a woman commissioner, but how do you bridge the gap such that after they have gotten all the empowerment, they can live in a holistic way with the men? How do you see to it that the women, at the end of the day, too, are not raised to a standard such that the men too are subdued? How do you see to that? Thank you.
So to answer your first question, we have some resources provided, not in the form of like money, but for various hostels, we have these TV rooms. Yes, these TV rooms where I can talk to the porters so that they give us the TV room for a specific movie night. Also, for get-together and picnics, we have Great Hall, like there are locations available where each scholar can come with their own, let's say if it's a planned get-together, you come with your own food and some drinks, and we all dine together. And also, the question that according to the Constitution, after empowering the women, I'm supposed to sensitize the men, so you men are not left out. Please, do you get me?
You didn't mention anything like that in your manifesto.
I did. I mentioned that yesterday during the vetting.
But today is the manifesto. You should have, if you really wanted to do it, maybe during the vetting for panelists' sake, you mentioned just to escape. But if it was actually something you wanted to do, you should have told us today according to your policies, so that we know that yes, it is a plan you plan to do. So because maybe for question's sake you escape with that. So you are telling us that the men are actually left out. So if I have a female friend, you are empowering her. It's good to empower the female, but at the end of the day, I am being neglected. I am being subdued. I am the equity that you are talking about is not coming here. For the lack of better words, that's why I'm using subdue. What I mean is that now when you are you empower the female, the male mentally you empower them, so that the forums, the education, everything you're doing, they are getting it. What is happening to the men? What are you telling them or giving them that they should also do to the men? You didn't mention anything like that. So now you're saying that you said something yesterday. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Please, you keep mentioning women empowerment. Please, I want to know Ghana here, our country, and our community here. If our president can be a man and a vice president being a woman, and our community here too, a president can be a man and a vice president being a woman, don't you think our women are empowered enough in the country here? And a case here is that you advocate for women empowerment means you are advocating for share opportunities for our women in the community. So please, if there is a program that they need a qualification that we need we need 10 people, then you advocate for opportunities for women, and we get only 3 girls, women here qualified, and the other 3 no, they didn't qualify. How do you handle that?
Okay. So I will start with your first question. The issue of some women being in leadership, meaning that, women are empowered enough. Please, not all women have access to these opportunities in our community. Some women have gained the resources and the opportunities to realize their full potentials. But there are others that their potentials are lying dormant. They have it in store in them. So they need to be empowered to ignite some fire to bring out what they have in them. And if you don't empower them, they will just be there. That's why we still need to. It's not like women empowerment, you start today and you stop. It's forever bringing out the potential that women have in them. Okay, as I said, this commission caters for women empowerment. So if you want to push for men's commission, I think you can write to the office for that. Yes, thank you. Okay, handling of a woman that did not qualify for a certain position. Okay, so what we know is that leadership is based on competency, how competent and how skillful you are. So if someone, let's say, goes for an interview or something for a particular position and the person does not get picked or is not qualified for it, it means the person has work to do. So for someone who doesn't meet, let's say, a criteria for a particular position, you still work with the person, like you sit to address where the person is falling short. I think that will help. Thank you.
Okay. I also have a question for you. Your first manifesto, you talk about storytellings and so that get together and storytelling. So I want to know that, are you going to bring some people outside to come and empower us, or you wanted to say that we ourselves as ladies in the foundation will sit together and then we encourage ourselves?
Okay, so for the Her Story initiative, it includes scholars that are in leadership. If you should take an example, yesterday the SRC Women's Commissioner was here. Yes, so for someone like her, she can inspire us to do something. And also, if we get access to other areas, we have women there that can empower us. And even among ourselves, student leaders, yes.
So there's something I just want to add there. Like within ourselves, we know we are ladies and we know how our issues start. So you feel like you want to encourage others by telling your own story. But from there, someone will trick it and they will use it against you. So how will you solve that one? And you see, when you were saying it, it is to encourage others so that they go it with their life. So how will you solve that?
Okay, so with this issue, I will talk to the women community before the commencement of this Her Story initiative. due to ethics, as you are saying. As you are going all out, talking about the challenges and your journey, somebody will be sitting elsewhere, passing some comments and everything. So we would first address this before it takes place. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. So we'll go to the next portfolio. That will be the electoral commissioner aspirant, and that will be Mr. Daniel Nee. David Nee.
Mr. Chairman, the Electoral Commissioner, distinguished panel members, esteemed scholars, good afternoon. It is with humility and dedication that I present my manifesto as I aspire to serve as your Electoral Commissioner. Elections are the foundation of leadership and accountability. In the Scholars Program, they are not only about choosing leaders, but also about affirming our collective values of fairness, transparency, and inclusiveness. My aspiration to serve as Electoral Commissioner is driven by a commitment to protect these values and to ensure that every scholar's voice is heard and respected. I believe that credibility in elections comes from clear rules, open communication, and equal participation. My vision is to build an electoral system that is simple, transparent, and inclusive. As Electoral Commissioner, I will focus on policies that are practical and achievable within our community. As Electoral Commissioner, I will establish clear communication channels so that scholars are always informed about electoral procedures, timelines, and requirements. This will eliminate uncertainty and ensure that everyone has access to information. I will introduce structured learning sections for candidates and their teams, guiding them on ethical campaign and compliance with electoral rules. This will promote fairness and reduce conflict. Inclusiveness will be a priority. I will design flexible voting arrangements so that scholars with busy schedules can still participate without difficulty. In addition, I will create feedback platforms where scholars can share their experience and suggestion after each election. This will allow us to improve the process and build stronger trust in our system. Beyond this, I will introduce code of conduct guidelines for campaigns to ensure that candidates focus on ideas and policies rather than personal attacks. I will also set up a conflict resolution mechanisms so that any during elections are handled and quickly. I'll also promote record keeping and reporting by documenting each election process and outcome, leaving a clear reference for future commissioners to build upon. These policies are realistic and achievable. They do not require complex systems but rely on discipline, fairness, and open communication. My motivation comes from observing elections where unclear procedures created doubt and disengagement. I am determined to change that by ensuring transparency, inclusiveness, and efficiency. This manifesto is not just a statement of intent, it is a pledge to uphold the values that define us as scholars. I stand ready to serve with integrity, fairness, and dedication, ensuring that our elections are transparent, credible, and inclusive. Together we can build a community where every scholar's voice shape our future. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. David, thank you for your presentation. So, Mr. David, are you really sure you are ready for the office of the Electoral Commission? Because per your presentation that I have it here, there is no point stated, like you put everything together. What I know about Manifesto is about your points. But per your presentation that we have it here, there is no point in your. There is.
Yes, please.
points? Can you state how many points are in here?
Yeah, I have 2 points.
2 points.
Yes, please.
Please, can you mention them?
Yeah, one is clear communication channels.
Okay.
And then code of conduct guidelines for campaigns.
Okay, I'm interested in the code of conduct side.
Yes, please.
You said I will introduce code of conduct guidelines for campaigns to ensure that candidates focus on ideas and policies rather than personal attacks, right?
Yes.
Have you read the Constitution where we don't have such code of conduct there, which is, guiding the campaigns and ensuring these points that you have stated there?
Yes.
The Constitution, is it stating or it doesn't? It's not stating. It's stated.
But I'll also strengthen it.
You strengthen it.
Yes.
So that means you, when you are elected into office, you are going to amend the Constitution, or?
No. I'll just make sure we follow the guidelines.
Pardon, you said?
I'll make sure we go strictly by the Constitution.
Okay.
Yes.
But you said you introduce. So that means, I see, to my understanding, I see it as amendment. That's why I'm asking it that way. So can you explain that, if that is a point, a strong point? Because it means you have read the Constitution and then there are some points lacking to your understanding that they don't have it in there. So you are going to introduce it and then add to the Constitution. That is the reason why I'm asking. So if you can explain that one to my understanding, that point.
Okay, so what I'll do is I'll introduce a training section for all candidates. Yeah. So that they should focus on policies rather than personal attacks. Like when they are campaigning, they shouldn't campaign against their opponents, but rather they should share the policies that they want to implement.
Anyone with a question for him?
So, Mr. David, what will you do if what will you do when there is misallocation of votes to a candidate, like who does not deserve it during the voting? Misallocation of votes.
Voice. See that so the process of election, the last part is petition. That is the stage where if an aspirant feels that something didn't go well, he can write to the judicial committee for it to be verified.
So my question is, you made mention of introducing a platform where scholars with busy schedules will be able to vote. And I want to ask that if I have class from 8 a.m. to like 7 p.m., is it like you are going to bring one of those biometric voting computer to the class for me to vote, or I will not vote? I will not be able to make my choice.
I made some inquiries with the UITS. You see, we have a problem concerning some scholars who have been selected to go for a program at Ashasi University for a program. Yeah. So when I met with the UITS, they said there can be a way that they will vote before they will leave. We'll meet with the DOSA and then they'll arrange. So it's either they will vote before they will leave, after all aspirants has been vetted and the result has been displayed, meaning they will vote before they will leave. So, no, so
8 to 5 p.m. So I'll vote before 8 a.m. because I know the voting starts from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Vote.
Let's take it like let's take it like you have a class tomorrow. Maybe today your class will end around 3 or something. We can arrange for all those who will be busy that day. So it's either they will vote before the exact voting day. Before, yeah.
Any questions?
So my question is: recently, we heard that the electoral commissioner for College of Science resigned from the position, and then what the reasons they gave is that there is a pressure from above. So in your case, when you come and there is, how will you handle such cases when your rights are being intruded by powers above, as in the council that is above you, when they want to influence your power and your rights to go through your processes and other things? How will you handle such situation?
So one thing is that the constitution is what we use to work. And then as we all know, no one is above the law. Even from the national level, we all use the constitution. We go by the rules and regulation. So yeah. So we are going strictly by the constitution.
Yeah, Mr. David. Your point one, you said I will establish clear communications channels so that scholars are always informed about electoral proceedings. I want to find out, is it that this current executive don't have a clear communication channel for scholars?
Yeah, I can give an instance.
Okay.
Okay, so in the constitution, it was stated the panelists who are supposed to be vetted, the panelists listed, they are supposed to be displayed 72 hours before the day of vetting. But our time, it was within 24 hours. And then we weren't informed about some certain things. We have to ask, and then the reply was a bit late. So we find it difficult in submitting our documents and all stuff. Yeah.
Okay, so please, can you state where in the constitution where we can find that? Where we said in the constitution, you just said in the constitution, but you have to show us if maybe you want to go and read and see if it is true. Okay, you said you have point two, only 2 points in your manifesto. What about the inclusivity will be priority? Is that one another point, or it's part of the point one? But I see it to be like you are not giving more explanations to your points, because it's the inclusivity will be priority. We will design flexible voting arrangements so that scholars who busy schedules can.
That is also another point. Sorry, that's also another point. Yeah.
So that is why I was saying that per your presentation, everything is messed up, because you can't see your point clearly. So
you have 3 points.
Yes, please.
You are now saying you have 3 points. So, Mr. Daniel, thank you. We are done with you.
Okay, so we'll move to the next portfolio. That's the activities coordinator, and it's in the person of Master Nathaniel.
Chairperson, panel of judges, fellow aspirants, distinguished guests, fellow scholars, ladies and gentlemen, good day. My name is Nathaniel Ejiame, a level 200 computer engineering student and a proud member of the scholars community. I stand before you today as an aspirant for the office of activities coordinator, and I come not just with ideas, but with a vision I called the experience builder. The chair, over the time I've spent actively engaging with our scholars programs, I have observed a few challenges that, if addressed, could significantly strengthen our collective experience. Among these are declining turnout of some of our activities, often because scholars don't feel personal connection to what's being planned. Limited scholar input in planning processes. Activities are sometimes decided without enough voices at the table, leading to programs that don't fully reflect what scholars actually want. The chair, having reflected deeply on these issues, I am respectfully seeking the mandate of my fellow scholars to serve as the next activities coordinator. If given the opportunity, I pledge to implement the following. I begin with a focus on strategic planning and organization. Every great activity starts long before the day it happens. It starts with proper planning. I will build a timely activity calendar shaped by genuine scholar input with clear timelines and defined responsibilities for every team member involved, ensuring our dinners, our summer camp, and every scholar program are executed smoothly, professionally, and on time. Building on that foundation is a committee built to work and represent the basis and represent this community. As chairperson, I will lead a 5-member organizing committee that does the real groundwork behind every successful activity, securing venues, coordinating logistics, liaising with secretariat, so every event runs without a hitch. With representation from every cohort and a clear working document guiding our rules, this committee will be the engine that keeps our community's programs running smoothly. Next is the inter-cohort engagement through a Scholars Cup. Too often, our cohorts grow in isolation from one another, meaning connection across year group doesn't happen as often as it should. The Scholars Cup will be structured, recurring competition spanning sports, activity, and talent shows where every cohort fields are teamed and compete for a community pride, creating natural mentorship along the way, so no scholar ever feels like a stranger in our own community. Finally, an international cooking and cultural festival. Our community is rich with culture, and that richness deserves a stage. I will organize an intercultural cooking competition where cohorts or small teams prepare a dish representing a region, tradition, or personal heritage, paired with a short story or presentation about its significance. Beyond the fun of tasting and competing, this becomes a space where scholars learn about each other's background in a way that feels personal, turning a simple meal into a genuine celebration of who we are and where we come from. Chairperson, distinguished guests, with all protocols observed, I humbly ask for your trust, your votes, and your partnership, not to build activities for you, to build them with you. Vote for planning, vote for experience, vote for Nathaniel Ejiame, the experience builder.
Thank you.
Mr. Nathaniel, thank you for your presentation. So I want to find out, you are a second year student, right? So how many activities have you been involved in since you came first year?
Scholars sports activities have been engaged in sports activities. Summer camps have been there, ILF programs have been there.
I want to find out from the activity itself, talking about arrangement for dinners. You see that one? That one is the most important.
Yes.
So I want to find out, have you been involved in these activities?
Yes, in numerous activities of arrangement for venues.
So the last dinner that we had, were you there?
I wasn't there.
Why?
The last dinner was organized on Friday. My class spanned from 8 a.m. till 4. So I couldn't get a time to report. And the arrangement should be done in the morning if program has come on.
So in case we vote for you,
yes, sir,
and there is an activity going on, and you have a class at the same time, are you going to attend to the class, or you will be at the venue to coordinate for the program?
This is what I've signed for, to work as activities coordinator. And I think when I'm voted for behind academics, it's also a priority. So I won't go to class and leave an arrangement which is needed to be done.
So I think you said you are going to set some committee, 5-member committee.
Yes, please.
Do you think it's good that after this committee, if you still have class, you attend to the program?
Please come again.
I said after this, the committee you said you are going to set. You said you are going to set a 5-member committee.
Yes.
So in case you have class at that moment, don't you think you should leave the program for this 5-member committee?
For the 5-member committee, the head of the committee, and I shouldn't be absent in any committee meeting. So I should be present to serve as an example. So I could boldly say I can forfeit my class for such an appointment.
So, anyone with a question?
Okay, project coordinator, please. You said you forfeit your class, and then in the school constitution, it stated that if you miss class 3 times, you'll be deferred. So what about that one? Maybe if you have about 3 programs and it falls on that particular subject and you miss like 3 or 4, how will you?
So it's good you bring out this, but it's an assumption, right? Most of our scholars' activities are once in the very active academic term, and then some occurs just after the academic term. So summer camps per se won't happen in our academic term, right? One dinner in a very active academic term, right? Or before we start the semester. So missing class 3 times, I actually sometimes do, but yeah, thank you.
Phyllis, the recent dinner that we had,
yes,
there was a need for a culture display. And what happened was that there was a group of culture that they presented a budget to the office to buy their tools to display their culture. And at the end, the budget was rejected. But there was a need for the culture to be displayed. How will you handle that? And again, the second question is, when they call for arrangement for a program, the first few people that goes there, they end up by doing the work alone. The rest don't go. Few boys go. So how will you handle that one too?
Hello. I'll start answering your question from the bottom. Yes. Scholars coming or turning up for activity arrangements, right? So it's one of my plans to initiate, or one of my initiatives, where we are going to create a group for volunteers for activities arrangements, right? So you are invited to such group so that whenever there is an activity, we call upon you, right? Yes. And then for your budget, sometimes our planning before activities, the timing isn't enough, in the sense that the secretariat need to process some monies. Any budget we bring upon or we submit to the secretariat, it needs to be processed. And this needs to be processed in a rightful time so that you or the group requiring for that money can be able to get access to the money. So when they look at the time you bring in your budget and the time left for your program, then sometimes budgets are turned down. So next time, it should be prepared way ahead of time so that even if it's rejected, you can keep pushing. All right, thank you.
Okay, sir. I'm glad you are planning to prepare the festival for the international student, the International Cooking and Culture Festival. But my brother asked the question, in case you know that I'm coming for the international scholars representative, in case we partner or we collaborate to organize that event to be undertaken to showcase our culture, and the secretariat, they try to approve the budget. So you did not explain the measure you are going to put in place to ensure that the activities is going to be implemented successfully and on time. Because there's a time it happened and my fellow Rwandans were about to have a culture showcase during the dinner. But they made a budget before. So they delayed to approve the budget. I don't know how it went, but they couldn't get the items to use during the dancing and showcasing. So how are we going to tackle that issue? What measure are you going to use? What measure are you going to put in place to solve that? Because as an international student, we believe that our diversity is our strength, because that is how we are going to, it is going to enhance our unity, our inclusivity. That is how it is going to enable each scholar from different country to test dishes from different country, and it will help us to learn from each other. How are you going to solve that issue as an activity coordinator?
Hello. So your question was kind of mixed, right? You were trying, yes, you were combining it with the budget that was turned down, and then I didn't really clear. If you could state it one at a time.
I'm saying, in case we organize, in case we make a budget as an international student, and I present it to you as an activity coordinator to approve it, and you send it to the secretariats, and they delay to approve that budget, to buy that items we are going to use during the dinner to dance or to showcase our culture. How are you going to solve that issue? Will you tell the secretariats to do it on time? Because I will be looking up on you, because you are the project coordinator of the project half. Yes. It's activity coordinator, it's like project coordinator.
portfolio is activities coordinator, not project coordinator.
I'm sure you get my question.
I get your question. I get your question. So, yes, uh, your budget that you'll be making for the international scholars, any activity you want to do, it is a budget in a sense that I would take care of activities when your budget is approved, and then items must be bought, and then a place must be organized for the activity. Do you understand? Your budget, in a way, will be spanned towards the office of the financial secretary, then to the secretariat. Do you get me? So my very honest opinion is it should be done on time and very way ahead of time.
Okay, so I have two questions. The first one is, what strategies will you implement to ensure that the competitions and the team activities within Scholars Club are accessible to all students, regardless of their schedules or academic commitment? And the second one is, how will you handle disagreements or conflicting ideas within the 5-member organizing committee when making decisions about activity selection?
The time for our activities, so that every scholar can be on board. It doesn't affect your academics, right? That's why some of our activities are planned just after our semesters, right? Where it is mandatory, every scholar is around, must be around for such an activity. And then it can be also organized before the semester so that it doesn't affect your learning, all right? Then when there is an disagreement between the 5 committee, there is a disagreement for a reason, right? So somebody disagrees to bring or to prove a point. And I also have another opinion. You also have another opinion. But there will surely be a place where both of us can stand, right? Where when we stand at and make and plan anything else, it will work for you and it will work for me, right? Yes, so that's what we'll do. We'll stand on common grounds.
You are talking about the activities that maybe you would like to put maybe for the scholars. So I'm asking, if maybe you find that Mastercard scholars, they are like their activities that they try to put maybe for the scholar, you find that the scholars don't attend the activities. You can look at maybe the talent show. The Mastercard was even forced maybe to amount maybe a certain allowance so that maybe to influence the scholars to attend the programs and activities. And I don't think that the scholars, even though there'll be activities and all those things that they will attend, because if maybe necessary things that maybe I don't think whether the scholars think that the activities maybe they are not beneficial or something. Now I'm wondering if maybe they don't attend the most important activities, like maybe it's not really important. When talking about the talent show, it's not like they don't have talent, but most of them didn't show up. So I'm wondering if maybe there'll be activity and then the scholars will not attend the programs or the activity. How will you handle the issue?
Right. So scholar activities, I plan to inform scholars and then take inputs from scholars before every activity is organized, right? So we are not going to impose any activity on you. Like the previous officer before me, she's not going to impose a learning of account language on you, right? So scholars activities will take input from you. What you think
we should do to make it more better, so that it will meet your need, so that when you come to see what you want to see. Because as you said, some said the programs are not attractive, they are not vibing and stuff. So you give us your suggestions to improve our programs. Everything will be considered.
Okay, thank you. So please, because of time, when the panelists are done with their questions, there will be slot for 4 questions from here, and then 2 others from online. Then because time is not on our side. So the next portfolio will be the financial secretary, the Miss Amankwa Ekuya. So 5 minutes.
The Electoral Commissioner, Honorable Panel, the current Executive Board, fellow scholars, ladies and gentlemen, it's with great pleasure to present my manifesto to you. My name is Obin Ekuya Mankwa, and I humbly present myself for the position of Financial Secretary of the Scholars Community. I believe that sound financial management is the foundation of every strong and successful community. When finances are handled with honesty, discipline, and transparency, they promote trust, support, and create growth opportunities. My passion for responsible money management began at an early age and has grown into a deep commitment to accountability, stewardship, and service. Beyond passion, I bring experience, integrity, and dedication. I have served on various financial and administrative committees where I gained practical knowledge in budgeting, record keeping, fundraising, accountability, and financial reporting. Through my roles as a Chief Finance and Administrative Officer at the Lemmy Parts Group, along with other leadership experiences, I have developed the discipline, trustworthiness, and commitment needed to manage the resources responsibly and effectively. As your Financial Secretary, I will serve with honesty, diligence, transparency, and humility. My vision is based on 3 pillars, and this is what I will ensure to do. 1, improve welfare disbursement efficiency. Our welfare system exists to support scholars in times of need, and when support is delayed, the burden on affected scholars becomes heavier. I'll work closely with the Welfare Committee and other stakeholders to promote a more efficient welfare disbursement process that will reduce delays while maintaining accountability and full compliance with our Constitution. 2, promoting investment and good financial habits among scholars. Financial empowerment should be part of our growth as scholars, since our Constitution encourages the investment of available welfare funds in treasury bills and bonds. I would organize programs that will support initiatives that promote financial literacy among scholars. Through education on saving, budgeting, investing, and responsible money management, we can build a community that is not academically strong, but also financially prepared for the future. 3, strengthening communication between scholars and the Secretariat. Transparency grows where communication is strong. I will serve as a dependable link between scholars and the Secretariat by providing timely financial updates, listening to concerns, and ensuring that scholars stay informed about welfare funds, financial decisions, and the use of community resources. If given the opportunity to serve, I will be committed to keep accurate record of finances, ensure accountability in every financial transaction, support initiatives that will improve scholars' welfare, promote a culture of saving, investing, and financial responsibility, remain accessible and responsive to the concerns of scholars, and also serve with integrity, humility, and dedication. Fellow scholars, leadership is not simply about occupying a position. It is about service, stewardship, and trust. I am ready to bring my passion, experience, and commitment to the service of our community. Together, let's build a scholars community that is financially responsible, transparent, supportive, and empowered. Vote Obi Ekiamankwa for Financial Secretary, Integrity in Service, Accountability in Action.
Okay, Madam Akuya Mankwa, thank you for your presentation. So for your point one, we were talking about improvement, welfare disbursement, efficiency. I want to find out, let's take that from first year, as a scholar, I've paid my welfare dues from first year to final year after completion. What I know is when I lost my guardian or a parent that you give this welfare dues to. So let's say after the 4 years, my mom or dad, none of them gets me. So I want to find out, is it that when I'm in school that this welfare dues have to be paid to me, or after the 4 years completion, I still have access to this welfare dues?
So per the Constitution, it's only when you're a scholar.
It means after graduation, I still have access to this welfare dues.
No, you do not. Because you are no longer in the community. You've completed your education. Per the Constitution, that's how it states.
Thank you. So please, if anyone has a question for her.
Please, thank you. I heard there is some amount of money out of our welfare to people who are scholars getting married, and I want to know the reason behind that.
Okay, so the money paid is for the welfare of scholars. So in times of happiness, we celebrate, and in times of sadness, we mourn with them. So we believe that if someone is getting married, we have to support. And in the same way, if the scholar is bereaved too, we have to support. We do not only celebrate the bad, we celebrate happy moments too.
Okay. My question is, you highlighted honestly, discipline, and transparency as your core values. My question is, you highlighted honesty, discipline, and transparency as your core values. How will you ensure that these values are consistently demonstrated throughout your tenure, especially when dealing with difficult financial decisions or unexpected expenses?
Please, can you give a situation with the unexpected expenses?
Let me see. About the stipends and the stationery allowance.
As an expense.
What if it delays, like not coming?
Okay.
The students are giving you pressure, like some.
All right, so I believe students give pressure when they are left uninformed. So if continuous information is being given to them, it will calm them down.
Okay, please, I want to ask that, does the Constitution say that when I graduate from the scholars community, I'm no more entitled to the welfare funds? Sorry. Please, my question is that does the Constitution says that if I do graduate from the scholars community, I no more enjoy the welfare funds?
Yes, please.
Please, where is it in the Constitution? I just want to know.
Please, I have no idea, but I'll check it for you.
Are you sure with that? You stated in the Constitution that I no more enjoy the funds after school.
It's not, should I say, explicitly stated, but it's implied that when you are, you've graduated from the scholars community, you are not allowed to benefit from the welfare.
But yet I pay 40 throughout my 4 years. At least I have to enjoy some. So let me see, if I graduate right now and my dad goes away, how will the community help me? Yet I pay from first year to final year. I pay. Can I get any?
So I think we would consider that and see what we can do, since the Constitution can also be amended. So we'll see what we can do.
Please, my question, I don't know if maybe you are the right person, but I still want to ask you. I lost my dad when I was in, like, last year, right? And then they said I should bring a letter for the funds. Up to now, I've not received the money. So I don't know if maybe you are, because I think I followed up, right? And I didn't hear anything. So I don't know if maybe I can ask about that.
Yeah, she has no idea, but okay, we will answer that one along the line. We will answer that one along the line. Thank you.
So thank you, Miss Akuya Mankwa.
Yes, so the next aspirant on our portfolio, the financial secretary, will be Favor.
Good day, everyone. A manifesto presented by Favor Onyechikechuku, an aspirant for the post of the Financial Secretary of the Mastercard Foundation Scholars Program at KNUST. My fellow scholars of this great institution of learning, I am honored to present myself before you this day, seeking your mandate to serve you as your next Financial Secretary of the Mastercard Foundation Scholars Program. With my strong passion for financial management and student welfare, I am confident in my abilities to serve our community effectively. My vision for the office: a Scholars Council built on transparency in all financial transactions, accountability in funds management, and efficient allocation of resources to benefit every student, ensuring that funds are managed wisely and fairly to serve the best interest of all scholars. My mission: to ensure that the finances of our scholars community are judiciously and wisely managed and utilized with the utmost care and precision, giving each scholar a value for their dues. Having served as a member of the finance committee of other organizations and associations, with this experience, I have gained as a member of the Finance and Investment Club KNUST and the unique training it has provided me. I am convinced that I can serve effectively as the Financial Secretary of the Scholars Council. I hereby enact a few policies on which I intend to execute in my role. 1. Drawing a transparent budget and financial statement. I shall prepare and present a comprehensive budget at the beginning of every semester, twice a year. I will ensure that all unnecessary and extravagant expenses are identified and removed to prevent overspending. The budget and financial statement will be made accessible to all scholars to promote transparency and accountability. Through this approach, I aim to build trust among scholars by demonstrating that their dues are utilized judiciously and solely in the best interest of the members. 2. Financial literacy webinar. I will initiate a webinar aimed at sensitizing, educating, and enlightening students on curbing wastefulness and cultivating a culture of financial prudence. I will invite experienced financial professionals and guest speakers to share practical insights on budgeting, saving, and long-term financial planning, equipping scholars with the knowledge to make informed financial decisions. 3. Prompt typing, communication, and academic support. I will act with speed and diligence regarding typing, ensuring that any information received from the Secretariat is relayed to members promptly and without delay. Additionally, I will actively follow up on issues relating to course registration delays caused by unpaid fees, particularly for our scholars. It is my commitment to ensure that no student is left behind due to administrative bottleneck. I will work tirelessly to resolve such matters in a timely manner. 4. Scholars Investment Group. I shall establish a voluntary Scholars Investment Group on WhatsApp aimed at educating scholars on various investment opportunities. The group will serve as a platform to share practical information on how to buy shares, how to choose the right investment vehicle, and build personal portfolio. I will share relevant resources, articles, and expert insights to guide scholars making informed investment decisions. Participation is entirely optional and open to all scholars who wish to learn. This initiative is designed to bridge the gap between financial literacy and practical wealth creation in an accessible and engaging format. All these I've mentioned are what I intend to do. To make this happen, I need your support, I need your trust, I need your active participation in holding me accountable. I need you to show up and work with me as we build a financial transparent community together. Therefore, I call upon every scholar to take the right step. Vote for favor Onyechi Ikechukwu as your next financial secretary. I am not here for a title. I am here to serve. I am ready. I am willing. I am prepared to give this role the dedication, honesty, and hard work it deserves. With my background, my passion, and my commitment to service, I will not let this community down. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Favor Onyechiki Echuchuku, for your presentation. I really like your name.
Thank you.
So for your first point, we are talking about transparent budget and financial statements. We are all aware that from first year that I've been on campus here, we haven't seen any budget reading to scholars. I don't know whether it's only the council that this budget is being read to, or...
Okay, to answer, thank you for the question. So there was a budget reading, just that the people that turn up for the event was low. There was, and I feel like it was the fault of our present financial secretary. The publicity was not strong.
This semester, there have been a budget reading.
Yes. Not this semester, last semester.
Last semester?
Yes.
Wow. So scholars, are you aware of that?
So I'm taking notice, like in my office, I'll make sure there is enough publicity.
Okay, okay. Thank you. So, is there any question for her?
Okay, so I think I love your manifesto. That's a fantastic one there. And then looking at the way you are speaking, you are committed to do that. I can see. But there's one thing, your point one, where you say, I will ensure that all unnecessary and extravagant expenses are identified and removed to prevent overspending. That means you have realized a lot of unnecessary expenses in the distance, right? So if you will not mind, if you can state or you can describe that one and how you're going to prevent these unnecessary and then extravagant expenses.
Okay, I have not identified any yet, but as in my power, in my office as financial secretary, it is my duty to ensure that any budget brought by any committee, I'll make sure that those things that are unnecessary will be removed. Any line items that will overstate the budget will be removed. Anything that does not comply with the interest of the scholars.
Okay, so if you have not identified, then there's no. Then it means there is no. Such.
And also, the budget within. I'll have to, since it's a budget, it's like for future. I'll make sure that I get the views of my members, my community, like to know. If they feel like, oh, this thing is not this, if this thing is not good, then I'll remove it.
Okay, I love that one. But then you said last year they read a budget, right?
Yes.
And then looking at what you're saying, you said when you are preparing yours, did you identify any unnecessary things that he included, or you didn't?
No.
Then it means there's no unnecessary expenses. Already. But you said you cater for that. Okay. Okay. What about what do you call it? I wanted to ask one question. You said you asked the scholars before you prepare your budget.
No. When I prepare the budget, I'll ask for their views.
Their
this
views.
Budget is for the future. Ask for their views.
Okay.
On some line items that are not necessary, like some things that they feel like, oh, we've overstated this, like the price of this thing, the price of this thing. It's not like.
Okay, so for me, if you are going to take my views as a scholar before when you are done preparing your, I know me, like to me and then the other scholars that we have been interacting with every day. Our stipend should increase every day. Our stipend should increase every day. Our allowances should increase. That is what we are going to tell you. If it's our views, the truth is that we always look for self-interest first. So it means we are going to just, ask you, go and tell this thing to increase our stipend, to increase our allowances and those kind of things. Don't you think that one will also be unnecessary?
Actually,
increment of?
I'm not involved with the stipend dispense. Like, I'm not the one in charge of stipend. So my duty is not stipend, but just to advocate for the students. My duty is to manage the welfare fund alongside with the welfare committee chairperson.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Favor. My name is Hope Amanyo. Please, I have a question. You were saying you seek the view of scholars when you draw a budget. Is that going to be just with the executives, the council, or the entire scholars community? Because what I'm saying is, it will take you much time. People bring in their diverse views on board for you before you decide on what to do. Is it going to be with the executives or the entire scholars community? Thank you so much.
The entire scholars community. Because it is their money and their interests should be considered.
Okay. The reason why I ask is, as I stated earlier, people bringing their diverse views on board is a kind of going to be hectic for you. The reason why the leadership is there, the council and the executive is there, is to represent the entire scholars body. Why not consult them if they also suggest that let us take this view from the scholars before you proceed with that? To me, I suggest that you work with the executive and the council first before going to the scholars community. Thank you.
Just budget.
Okay. I want to ask, as financial secretary, do you directly work with the office, the council, or the community, or both? Do you directly work with either the office, the council, or the entire scholars community?
I work directly with the welfare community, not the entire community. Not the entire.
Sorry?
Not the entire community.
But who?
With the welfare committee.
Welfare committee.
Yes.
So
with the vice president of the scholars community.
Okay, so okay, I want to ask a question. You work with the welfare committee, right? So you don't work with the sports committee.
I work with everybody, but directly.
Thank you very much. That's the answer.
So I just want to know, how many shares, or do you owe any shares?
Okay. Currently, I don't own a share, but I'm part of a finance and investment club at KNUST. I am learning directly from them. So very soon I'll complete my course with them and I'll buy my share. I'm learning how to analyze company to know the best option for me. Thank you.
All right, so that's how you are going to teach or educate scholars on investment opportunities, how they could invest their money or what they could do best with their money.
For what I said, I'm not going to tell you, invest in this stock, the right one. I'm going to teach you how, how to introduce them to treasury bill, how the Ghana Stock Exchange works, understanding mutual funds. Those information, not say, oh, this is the stock you have to buy, this is the stock you have to buy. A general information.
That's clear. Thank you.
So, Miss Favor, I think I'm still on the budget reading. I think for the best thing to do, if we vote for you to be the financial secretary, if even you call for the budget reading and scholars don't show up, I think you are supposed to post the budget reading into our pages for us to.
I don't think that is done.
It's our money. You were talking about that the money is for us. Why is it that we are not supposed to see the budget?
I can't give you physically. I can't post it to the group. No.
Some of us, we are all business students.
It is not done because people will have a lot of views on it, and they have to be present. Sorry, they have to be present there for me to explain some things. If I just post it on the group, they will have different views and different news will go around. So they have to be present for the budget reading, so I will be able to explain better to them.
We talk about integrity since first year. I think the right things should be done.
And that means I have to consult the secretariat or the management before I make that decision. If they don't agree with that, then I can't post it. Because I don't see where in the constitution where I have to post it on our platform.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. The next aspirant on the portfolio of the financial secretary is Ms. Elom.
Manifesto delivered by Ms. Elom Agueyevu, an aspirant for the office of the Financial Secretary of the Mastercard Scholars Community at KNUST. The chairperson, panel of judges, timekeeper, fellow aspirant, distinguished guests, fellow scholars, ladies and gentlemen, good day. When people hear the title of Financial Secretary, they often think of budgets, receipts, and final records. While these opportunities are important,
I believe the office represents something much greater. The office of the Financial Secretary is the custodian of trust. It is the office responsible for ensuring that resources are managed responsibly, opportunities are created, and accountability remains at the heart of leadership. Today, I stand before you not merely to ask a position, but to represent a vision for a financial administration that is transparent in its operations, responsive in its communication, strategic in its planning, and committed to serving the interests of every scholar. My vision is simple: a financial system where every scholar is informed, a financial system where accountability is visible, a financial system where communication is timely, a financial system where resources are managed responsibly. To transform this vision into reality, my administration will be guided by 4 key policies. 1. The COFES cheat chart. It will provide a simplified financial update each semester, detailing income, expenditure, and ongoing commitments. This will ensure transparency and keep scholars informed about financial health of our community. Additionally, I will maintain accurate financial records and provide periodic reports in a clear and accessible format. Accountability will not be only promised, but demonstrated through proper documentation and transparency. The simplified financial reports will be made available to any scholar who wishes to understand how community funds are being utilized, thereby promoting openness, trust, and informed participation in financial matters. 2. Strategic budgeting and resource management. I will promote prudent budgeting and responsible allocation of resources to ensure that every cedi is spent frequently and effectively. Through proper planning, record keeping, and data-driven decision making, we can minimize waste and maximize impact. To support this, I will advocate for pre-event registration when necessary to enable accurate attendance projection and realistic budgeting for event needs such as food, logistics, and materials. I will also work closely with the General Secretary to ensure registration and other relevant information are communicated early, promoting proper planning, reducing unnecessary expenditure, and enhancing accountability in the use of community funds. 3. Financial literacy and resource mobilization. I will promote financial literacy among scholars through practical trainings on personal funds, investment, entrepreneurship, fundraising, proposal writing, and access to financial opportunities. This session will be delivered through our summer camp activities and virtual platforms such as Zoom and Google Meet, in collaboration with alumni, banking and finance professionals, successful entrepreneurs, and distinguished resource persons, including Master Hezekiah and Honorable Castle Atolfosen, where possible. I will also pursue partnership with other resource mobilizations opportunities to support community initiatives and ensure scholars' development. 4. Enhance the existing updates on allowance disbursement. The previous financial secretaries have done commendably work in keeping scholars informed about stipend disbursement. Building on this foundation, I will work closely with the Secretariat, the General Secretary, and relevant stakeholders to provide timely and accurate updates on matters affecting scholars' allowances. This will improve communication, reduce uncertainty, and ensure scholars remain well informed about their financial support. In conclusion, Chairperson, honorable panelists, fellow aspirants, distinguished guests, fellow scholars, ladies and gentlemen. As I conclude, I would like to remind us that financial leadership is not simply about managing money. It is about managing trust. The 4 policies I have presented today are built on 4 principles: transparency, accountability, efficiency, and responsible stewardship of our resources. My commitment is to ensure that every cedi trusted to our community is managed responsibly. Every finance process is communicated clearly, and every scholar feels represented and supported. I am ready to serve, ready to lead with integrity, and I'm ready to avail myself to learn. I therefore humbly ask for your trust and your support and vote. Vote Elom Agoyevu for Financial Secretary. Thank you and God bless you all.
Thank you, Ms. Elom, for your presentation. So I'll go for your vision. You said a financial system where every scholar is informed, a financial system where accountability is visible. So I'm still on the budgets. What we know, even Ghana, when the financial minister presents the budget to the states, after reading it, they publish it publicly for everyone to have access to it. So don't you think that for our budget, after reading it, it will be, published to the scholars for us to know what you are like for the even for the welfare money alone? Don't you think we are supposed to get access to what the money is being used for?
Yes, please. And in my point 2, I stated that the financial reports will be ready in case any scholar wants to see what is being written or being stated in the budget. It will be available for you. So it's against the Constitution to just publish it like that. In the Constitution, it's not stated.
In the scholars' constitution, it's not stated that you should publish the budget.
Programs, maybe you organize, you inform the scholars that there's going to be a meeting this evening or this afternoon. Then you tell them about the budget. But you can't publish it on their platforms. So that's why I will make a document available in case you are interested. Then I forward it to you. Or you come and see me in chambers and I'll give it to you.
So you still stand that the budget don't needs to be published. Like you still want us to believe that the budget don't need to be published for the public to.
We are working according to the Constitution. But then we will talk about it.
Okay, all right. Thank you. So my question here is your point 3, where you have the financial literacy and then resource mobilization. After you mentioned Hezekiah and then Honorable Atto-Forson, the next point, the next statement there was, I will also pursue partnerships and other resource mobilization opportunities to support community initiatives and enhance scholars' development. Can you throw more light on that side for me? Which partnerships and which resource mobilization are you talking about here?
Okay, so there is self-fund for the scholars. That will help you, that will support your business. So that's the partnership I'm talking about.
The self-fund, is it an NGO or?
No, it's just, I think it's a financial advantage for the scholars. So I'll partner with the business students, maybe those people in higher positions, those that are financially stable, to actually educate the scholars on how to apply for these funds or these advantages or these available resources.
What about the resource mobilization? The reason why I'm asking that is like, let's say you want to mean if there are some donations that can come in from outside, you will use that to assist them. And I wanted to know, because the scholarship, I don't know if Mastercard, you are going to partner with those ones, or you speak with the secretariat and then they will partner with that, and then you get the resources from there to support what you want to you are talking
Yes,
about.
our partnership with the office.
The office. Okay, to source the resources, to get the resources.
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to make the following submission. The first one is to clarify the confusion on whether the financial secretary is to publish the budget or not. According to the Scholars Constitution as amended 2025, Chapter 4, Article 26, Sub-Article 7, which talks about the responsibility of the financial secretary. And please, this is not just to her alone, to all of us, and most importantly, the financial secretary aspirant. It says that the general secretary the financial secretary shall publish the budget of the scholars community on all platforms. Please, I take it again. The financial secretary shall publish. I don't know if there is any other definition for publish. The budget of the scholars community on all platforms at the end of the academic year. But you and I will testify it's not done. Okay? And finally, I would like to say, please, fellow aspirants, the Constitution is our guide. The Constitution is what we all obey in this community. Let us not throw the Constitution away and do other stuffs. Thank you.
Miss Elom, you are coming as financial secretary to manage the finance of the scholars community. And in the Constitution, it is written that when there is some money that are left in the scholars' welfare account, they invest it in the bond and treasury base. How will I benefit from that when I'm a graduate who has left the school, who has finished the school? How am I going to get the benefits from the money they invested in bond or treasury base? Because it is in the Constitution, Chapter 5, Article 48, about the finance and fund. Thank you.
Please, in the Constitution, it's not stated that you'll be benefiting from that. Thank you.
Yeah, it is not written that I will be benefit from that. I'm asking, how will I benefit from those bonds or treasury bills?
You won't benefit from it because you're an alumni, and it's not stated in the Constitution.
But they deducted the money from my stipend. Yeah. Yes, because it is for the welfare of the scholars. Yes. How will I benefit from that money?
So if you want to benefit, then don't complete.
Yeah. Hello. So the question for the from the welfare funds, that if you are still, you are still a caring scholar, do you, when you leave, should the money, should you benefit from it when you get a bereaved or someone? Yeah, that one. The president is here. He'll clarify it. And then there was another question that the welfare. Someone was bereaved and he wrote a letter to the welfare and the money is still delaying. He will answer that too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. By the way, I'm very sorry. I had a meeting I attended a meeting. That is the reason why I kept long. Yeah, when I entered, there were a lot of questions all over the place concerning welfare and then stuffs. Yes, this is critical questions that we always ask when we have gatherings like this. And I can't remember at the beginning of this semester, I had a discussion with the program lead concerning this fund. And then what he said is what I'm coming to tell you people. He says that the welfare fund is not of you to benefit from it. Because you are living, we should do something for you to go with it. That is not what the welfare fund is meant for. And if you check the constitution critically, there are percentages that are allocated to all the activities in the community. So those funds are not for our consumption, or maybe it's for, maybe when we are doing something, we should just give the money to you to go and use it for what you are doing, using it for. The money is allocated for every committee within the 13, 14, there's 14 committees in the community. So please, we shouldn't veer towards that aspect that since you are paying welfare fund, you should definitely benefit from it before you leave. Not all of us that will benefit from it. Just recently, it's an initiative that we brought on board that we will do something, then it will cover all of us. But if an administration comes and that administration is not able to do something to cover you when you are leaving the confines of the school, you shouldn't have it at the back of your mind that my money is there and then I didn't benefit from it before I left the school. Are we getting? And then someone mentioned that the constitution is saying that we have to, there is, when an administration is leaving office, the rest of the money is being used for, that's treasury bill. Yes, that aspect, when you are out of the school, you are no more a member of the community, you are an alumni. And there is a fund, or maybe a fund that is allocated for an alumni, which is not part of the what? The scholars community. You can benefit from that aspect. Not necessarily that since that money is in treasury bill, you can apply for fund from that. So please, let's bear in mind on that. The fund, if the administration come and the administration want to do something to benefit you, fine, you benefit from it. But if you are not able to benefit from it before you leave the confines of the school, look for the alumni. They will show you a way to benefit from there too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. When you were reading your manifesto, I was following. You said about accountability and transparency, right? Am I correct? So with that, considering these two only, nothing more, can you rate the current financial secretary, Michael Tibrum, 1 to 10? Please be sincere. Accountability and transparency, these two only. Can you rate him?
7.
Why?
Because when he was reading the budget, she said last semester, right? Last year, okay. I wasn't aware. Yeah.
Heard as if for, is it transparency or accountability? I just want to know the difference.
Both.
Can I?
Okay, thank you. So, someone just prompted me on something. That there is a 2 question on board given to me. I answered only one, remaining one. And then the delay in disbursement of the welfare fund. Someone wrote a letter and then we were not able to give the money to the person. You see, writing letter to the welfare chairperson and also to the office, informing them that your relative has passed on. It will go through a lot of processes, series of processes before the money you get it. Not that you just write to the chairperson and then you just forward yours alone to the office for the money to be given to you, because it's academic year. And we get the number of
a reasonable number before we forward it to the office, because I can't get one, then write, then the following person will come, then I'll write again. It's a burden on there. Already there are a lot of work to do. So we wait when the semester is about ending, then we collate every letters that we have, we write and attach to it, we submit it to them, then I know that what this the person just said, that their money delayed. Yes, I can acknowledge that it delays, but you will get it before you leave the school. That is what I can say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So that was that for the financial secretary portfolio. And the next will be the general secretary's portfolio. So we'll be starting with Mr. Takan Ezekiel.
Happy Father's Day to you all. All right. A manifesto to be delivered by Takan Kweku Ezekiel for the position of the General Secretary. The chairperson, panel of judges, timekeeper, fellow aspirant, distinguished guests, fellow scholars, ladies and gentlemen, good day. My name is Takan Kweku Ezekiel, a proud member of this dynamic scholars community, and I stand before you today as an aspirant for the position of the General Secretary for the Mastercard Foundation Scholars Program at KNUST. It is with both honor and a deep sense of responsibility that I accept this opportunity to present my manifesto, an outline of the visions and actionable plans I seek to implement if entrusted with this mandate. The Mastercard Foundation Scholars Program has equipped us with opportunities to grow as leaders, innovators, and agents of change. To sustain this vision, we need leaders that are responsive, transparent, and committed to serving scholars effectively. The chair, over the years of actively participating in our community's program and engagement, I've observed certain challenges that hinder our collective growth and full participation. Among these are the difficulties scholars face in accessing pictures and media coverage after events and programs, the inactiveness of scholars' WhatsApp channel, which limits engagement and information sharing, delays in dissemination of important information, causing some scholars to miss opportunities and activities. The chair, having reflected deeply on this issue, I respectfully seeking the mandate of my fellow scholars to serve as the next General Secretary. If given the opportunity, I pledge to implement the following strategies. Before I even state my policies, I would like to take a quote from the former Vice President, Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia. He said, and I quote, "When the fundamentals are weak, the exchange rate will expose you." Meaning, if the office of the General Secretary is weak, we can't achieve excellence. I therefore present my policies. First of all, Digital Opportunity Hub. I will establish a centralized platform for sharing scholarship, internship, conference, and research opportunities, career development program to ensure that every scholar have equal access to opportunities. Secondly, Alumni Connective Initiative. I will promote stronger engagement between current scholars and alumni through mentorship sections, networking opportunities, and career conversations to help scholars prepare for life beyond the university. Thirdly, scholars' welfare and feedback system. I will create structural channels to scholars to share concerns, suggestions, and feedback, ensuring that leadership remains responsive to the needs of the community. Last but not least, Alumni Scholars Impact Project. I will champion an annual community service project that brings scholars together to create meaningful impact through education, mentorship, environmental sustainability, or community development initiative. Finally, transparent and digital secretariat. I will promote proper documentation, digital archiving of records, and timely communication. I will also advocate for a dedicated camera for the secretariat to support documentation, reporting, and preservation of institutional memories. I am contesting because I believe I possess the commitment, organizational skills, and passion for service needed to contribute meaningfully to our scholars community. My goal is mainly to hold off, is not mainly to hold office, but to create systems that strengthen communication, preserve records, create opportunities, and improve scholars' engagement. I will work collaboratively with the president, heads of committee, fellow executives, and all scholars to advance the values of leadership, service, and transformation. In conclusion, the chair, all protocol fully observed. As I bring this manifesto to a close, I humbly call upon all scholars, I humbly call upon all my fellow scholars to support this vision with your vote and your ideas, which I believe that we can make this community more engaging, vibrant, and impactful. As John Maxwell rightly said, a leader is someone who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. Therefore, we can build a scholars community that is more connected, informed, empowered, and impactful. I therefore humbly seek your trust and support to serve as your next General Secretary. Vote for commitment. Vote for creativity. Vote for collaboration. Vote for Takan Kweku Ezekiel as your next MCF General Secretary. Connecting scholars, creating opportunities, leaving impact. Thank you.
So, Mr. Ezekiel, thank you for your presentation. Please, is there any question?
Thank you, and thank you for wishing us a happy Father's Day. Please, Master Takan, in your manifesto reading, you said something about you create a platform for sharing scholarship opportunities. But we are Mastercard scholars. What will benefit from the scholarship of opportunities that we'll be sharing on our platform, so on this platform? Can you?
Okay, with that, we are not just going to be within the Mastercard alone. You are only coming to stay here for 4 years or 6 years after your program. So the scholarship I'm talking about is beyond after your first degree, when you are seeking for your PhD, masters, or the rest. It's not just under your undergraduate scholarships.
So I want to help you. So with this, is it a policy or an initiative? So this is supposed to be for the final years, not those who are in first, second, third. Because when you're in first, you don't think about masters from first year. So at least this initiative should be.
Just yesterday, I attended an online webinar organized by the current General Secretary. And after the webinar, I realized that, no, you are not supposed to build your life when you are in fourth year. You're supposed to build it from first year.
Yeah, so I just wanted to add to like what you were saying. Maybe the scholarship is not just about, yeah, we know Mastercard is paying your school fees, but the opportunity that are scholarship that you don't have to pay for, right? Some of them are programs, some of them are like trainings that you have to go for, which are supposed to pay. But these scholarships will take care of everything. There are scholars say that Mastercard is paying for their fees, but they are on that project, which are also scholarships, right? So that's what maybe he means to get it.
Mr. Ezekiel, you quoted something from Dr. Mohamed Bauma that when the fundamentals are weak, the exchange rate will expose you.
Yes.
I want to know, you are going for the position of the General Secretary.
Yes.
So are you referring to quotes by the current General Secretary that the works that he's doing is no good or?
Okay, it's not that I'm referring to him, but let me just set an example. Today we are called to do a video for the coming sport, which is on Saturday, and we have to use someone's phone in doing that, instead of using a camera that can give us a very flexible background. So I think that it is because the office of the general secretary is not actively working. That is why we cannot have that kind of tools.
So so Mr. Ezekiel, you think Miss Anita is not really working effectively?
Yes, because if she were to be working effectively, this is not the first time this is happening. Yeah. So if she were to be working actively, I think by this time she has written a note or a letter to the office for them to get her a better tools that can keep these records or can be used for this kind of programs.
So if we vote for you to be the general secretary, I want you to promise us, is it going to be a month, 6 months or something that you think when you write a letter to the secretary, they are going to provide you with those cameras that you are talking about?
I cannot estimate the time frame because it has to go through a lot of processes. So writing the letter, I'll do a follow-up and make sure that I attain it before leaving office, or even if I'll not achieve it before within that time frame, maybe after leaving office, it will come immediately so that I'll leave a legacy there.
Mr. Ezekiel, do you find out from Miss Anita whether he wrote some letter to the office or?
Honestly, no.
And so
but it has been in circumstances, especially when we wanted to do the video for the last we have a webinar, and then it involved Miss Rita Roy. So during that time I wanted to do a video and we have to use her phone. So I asked her, why not a camera? Can't the office give us a camera? She just gave me explanations, which I think I wasn't satisfied with the explanations, but I just have to quote to it since it was that day they called me. So
okay. I think for me, I think Miss Anita is really doing a good work, because for the last dinner that we went, the video that you guys presented, I think it's an initiative from the general secretary, right? Although you use a camera to take the videos, but I think it was a really, really nice video that you guys did. So I think whether you guys get a camera or using a mobile phone to do, I think there's nothing wrong with it.
in pertaining to the using of someone's mobile phone, what if just after taking that record, maybe in the next minute the phone gets missing or the phone gets spoiled? What will happen to those records? Meaning that we have to do a new one.
Okay. Mr. Ezekiel, I'd like to ask something about the digital platform that you were talking about. Yes, we have Scholars Professional Development Platform that also has these scholarship opportunities, free courses where you can get books to download. Are you aware? So how different is your platform from this platform we have already?
All right, thank you. So when you look at the number of scholars currently in the program and the number of scholars in that platform, it's not encouraging. Because I'm someone that is on it. I always make sure I go through to check what is updated in. So I'll make sure that I encourage scholars to join those kind of channels, and also not just the WhatsApp group, because WhatsApp group cannot take more than 1,000, I think 1,020, thousand or let me say 1,000, more than 1,000 scholars. But yes, and it's just a group. It's just a group. Anything can happen to that group. that group can be hacked. You know, WhatsApp, their security system is not that strong as compared to Telegram. So I will promote a Telegram platform that is going to encourage all scholars.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Takan. My name is Hope Amanyo. I want to ask, you said the office of the General Secretary currently is not all that, their work is not effective because there's no camera and all that. Let me ask, what if your tenure in office, you end without a camera, you leave? You said even when you leave, maybe immediately the camera will come. You are not able to, these promises are not being fulfilled. What name are you giving to yourself? And also, with regards to, I believe my sister was saying something that there is a place on campus that you can go and get a camera from in the office here. Have you worked on that to ask about it? And also, how sure are you that the cameras will be bought for you? Thank you.
Okay. Starting from behind or the bottom. Okay. So making sure that I attain the camera is just a matter of making much effort or doing consistent follow up, right? And also talking about me not being able to attain what I said. What name am I leaving to myself? That is why I have to work and make sure that I attain it in order not to leave a bad legacy. Yes.
So I think scholars watching us live and those seated here, we all know that what Mr. Ezekiel is saying. You are recording. No? Thank you, Mr. Ezekiel.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. So the next aspirant on the portfolio of the General Secretary will be Ms. Joanna Adama.
A manifesto delivered by Joanna Awenkwele Adama, an aspirant for the General Secretary position. The chair, distinguished scholars, respected council members and fellow colleagues, a very good afternoon to us all. It is with great humility that I present my manifesto. My name is Adama Awenkwele Joanna, and I am contesting for the position of the General Secretary. I am committed to building a more organized, responsive, and inclusive scholars council where every scholar feels heard, informed, and valued. Guided by the principle, hear, serve, and lead, I believe leadership begins with listening, grows through service, and delivers through meaningful action. My vision is to build a well-structured and inclusive scholars council where communication is effective, information is accessible, and every scholar feels connected, empowered, and supported. My mission is to ensure effective communication, proper documentation, and efficient coordination within the council, while promoting a transparent and responsive system that supports the growth and engagement of all scholars. And in order to bring this to life, I present this initiative. 1, the MCF Connect, a welfare and feedback system. Many scholars face challenges but lack a structured and confidential way to express concerns. In collaboration with the Welfare Committee, I will establish a feedback system that allows scholars to share concerns and suggestions with proper follow-up and accountability. This is to ensure every scholar is heard. And 2, the Information Hub, a centralized information system. Information is often scattered or limited, causing scholars to miss important opportunities. In collaboration with relevant bodies, I will create a centralized platform to share verified information within the scholars community and beyond the university. This will be implemented through our WhatsApp platforms and other social media handles to ensure accessibility and timely communication. This ensures every scholar is served with opportunities and exposure. My third initiative is the MCF monthly brief, a newsletter system, as mandated in the Scholars Constitution. I will introduce a structured monthly brief highlighting opportunities, upcoming events, and summaries of past events. This will be shared through our WhatsApp and social media platform to ensure a wide reach and engagement. This ensures that scholars remain informed and connected. My fourth initiative is the MCF Spotlight, a recognition initiative. Achievements of scholars often go unrecognized, which affects motivation. I believe we all have seen the 75th KNUST anniversary logo, and I'm proud to say this was designed by one of our very own, Miss Faustina Edua, who emerged as a winner after a competition. I will introduce this platform to celebrate academic, personal, and professional achievements of scholars. This promotes excellence and allows us to lead through recognition and inspiration. And my fifth initiative is my collaborative program initiative. There is sometimes a gap between scholars' needs and the program organized. I will work with committees and relevant stakeholders to organize impactful programs that will address academic, professional, and personal development needs. This ensures we serve with purpose and relevance. And my sixth, and last but not the least, initiative is the MCF Media and Visibility Project. The impact of scholars is not always visible beyond the immediate community. I will strategically utilize our social media platforms to document activities, share achievements, and project the works of scholars both within and outside the university. This will allow us to lead with visibility and impact. Dear scholars, I am committed to not just holding this position, but to delivering results through structure, consistency, and collaboration. Vote number 2, Joanna Awenkpele Adama, because I believe leadership starts with listening, growth, service, and delivers through action. And I'm here to hear, serve, and lead. Thank you.
Please, anyone with a question for you?
Please, thank you. I witnessed a situation that a general secretary put an information on a platform that someone said she didn't put the information well, like the spelling or the English. So please, in your office, when something like that happened, but the general secretary was annoyed, how will you handle that, or how will you feel?
So I believe as a general secretary, it's not just about putting information. And we are all humans. We do make mistakes. It might be that during the typing of the message or something that the mistake came up. So I'm just going to listen to that person and make sure I do what's needed. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Miss Adama. So your point 6, you said MCF Media and Visibility Projects. I know you have been a cohort rep.
Cohort rep, yes.
Yes. Why is it that such an initiative you didn't implement, but now that you want to be a general secretary, that you want to do such a project?
So the predecessor before the current general secretary was doing it, and the current general secretary is also doing it. But I've realized not all of us are on it, and most of the time, due to time constraints and some of those stuff, most of the activities that are documented are not posted there. So the visibility is not just for us, but also for the wider community, for them to see what's going on in the community. And being a cohort rep, my responsibilities were, I won't say were just limited to the cohort. Yes. But with this platform, I'll be addressing the whole community. So I believe this initiative will help.
Okay, thank you. Is there any question? So I think we are done with you. Thank you.
Yes, so thank you very much. I think now there will be a heat in the building. Yes, so we are done with the portfolio for the general secretary, and we are now at the president, aspirants. Yes, the president and their aspirants. Sure. So the first on the list is the one with the ballot number 1. Master Hope Amenyo. Yes, and the vice.
Delivered by Master Hope Amanyo, aspirant position Mastercard Foundation Scholars President, together with Miss Esther Navania. Mr. Chair.
Hello. Yes, so we'll be 8 for the reading. 8 minutes.
8 minutes.
Yes,
okay.
Please.
Mr. Chair, scholars, all protocols duly observed, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hope Amanyo. I stand before you not merely as a scholar or an aspirant, but as a fellow scholar whose life has been shaped by opportunity, service, leadership, and the unwavering belief that every individual possesses untapped potential waiting to be discovered. Over the years, I have had the privilege of serving this community, learning and growing alongside most of you. Through this experience, I have come to appreciate both the immense strength and the genuine need for our scholars community. I have witnessed scholars pursuing excellence against all odds, remarkable talents, innovative ideas, entrepreneurial ambitions, and extraordinary leadership potential. Yet I have also observed that many scholars need greater support system, more opportunities for development, stronger platform for expression, and also intentional pathway to transform their potential into impact. This is from the conviction that I seek to serve as your scholars president. I am not contesting because I seek title. I am not contesting because I seek recognition. I am contesting because I believe leadership must create opportunity for others to grow. I believe leadership must empower. I believe leadership must serve. I believe leadership must leave people better than it found them. Most importantly, I believe that together we can build a scholars community where everyone is empowered to lead, equipped to excel, and also inspired to serve, and prepared to transform Africa and the world. With this intention to serve you, I have a policy which states leadership and scholars empowerment. This is a flagship initiative for us scholars to help us grow together. One of the greatest assets within our community is not infrastructure or resources. It is the scholars themselves, you and I. Every scholar possesses unique gifts, talents, leadership, abilities, and untapped potential. The flagship policy, which is SLPA, Scholar Leadership and Potential Accelerator, will be a structured platform dedicated to developing transformational leaders within our community. The key components we will focus on are leadership development clinic, interactive sessions, equipping scholars with leadership principles, practical skills, and ethical foundation for effective leadership. Public speaking and communication academy, building scholars' confidence in communication, presentation, advocacy, and professional management. The other one is career, innovative, and employability. This is also an initiative that will prepare us for the future. The future belongs to those who are prepared. Today's world demands more than academic excellence. It demands innovation, adaptability, digital competence, and leadership. The Future Ready Scholar Initiative will equip scholars for success well beyond university campus. Welfare and holistic well-being. The flagship initiative, Wellness, Welfare, and Healthy Living Framework. True welfare extends beyond financial assistance. It encompasses emotional, academic, social, mental, physical, and community well-being. My administration will strengthen welfare support system, promote healthy living, and foster a culture of care across the entire scholars community. Because a healthy scholar is an empowered scholar. Governance, transparency, and excellence. Accountable and constitutional leadership. Trust is built through transparency. Transparency is sustained through accountability. My administration will uphold constitution and strengthen confidence in leadership through deliberate, open, and participation governance that serve every scholar. There will be monthly accountability updates, regular updates on initiatives, activities, and progress and outcome, keeping scholars fully informed. Strengthening committee effectiveness, supporting committees to maximize their impact, coordination, and service delivery. Unity, culture, and scholar experience. This flagship initiative, which is to help us all thrive in this community, is what I present to you. A thriving community is built on connection, shared identity, and mutual celebration. My administration will promote a stronger, more vibrant scholar experience through intentional community building, activities, and inclusive celebration of our shared culture. Implementation framework. This agenda is not merely aspirational. It is actionable. Every pillar has been designed with clear focus areas, flagship initiative, and mechanisms for delivery. Implementation will be achieved through collaboration with the Scholars Council and elected committees, effective management with university structure and relevant stakeholders, partnership with the Mastercard Foundation Scholars Program Secretariat, and meaningful alumni involvement, expertise, and mentorship. If given the opportunity to serve, I make the following solemn commitment to the scholars community. Integrity, to serve with integrity, always placing scholars' interests first. Humility, to lead with humility, remaining open, approachable, and fully accountable. Empowerment, to empower scholars intentionally, creating opportunity for every scholar to grow. Equity, to create opportunity, equitably ensuring fairness, inclusion, and representation. To achieve these policies, we, the aspirants, has to be given the opportunity in this community. This evening, I present myself, Hope Amanyo, and my running mates, Esther Navania, to be elected as your next Scholars President. Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Hope, for your presentation. So I think for what I have in front of me here, you have something, go back, give back, and community impact, right? But through your presentation, I didn't hear you talking anything about it. Can you throw more light on it for our scholars to know what this initiative is about?
All right, thank you. My manifesto is not the usual one. This is the policy document. That is why, and because of time, that's why I omitted some of the things. So as you ask, I will give you more light on that. The Go Back, Give Back, as I stated yesterday during the vetting, majority of us, when we are being asked to go and do projects in our communities, we don't do it, but we will make up stories and come and present it to the office. Recently, Mr. Fidelis was saying that they called some people, they want to pay them visit. They said, oh, they are in the market, they will be in the house soon, and all that. And when they got to the house, there was no one there. They said, oh, they have rushed here, and they were just deceiving the secretariat. So this is an initiative that I am bringing on board to tell us all the importance of what it means to give back to your community. We are being given the opportunity. Let us also help those in our communities to grow. Thank you.
Okay. So, for me, this is my personal understanding. Whenever you're talking about something, or let's say you are coming and then you're trying to read something to the policy that you bring in is to help solve the challenges that is in the community, right? And so if you state it, that means you've seen that it's a challenge in the community. Okay, so your fifth point, you said governance, transparency, and excellence. And then I was interested in the transparency there. That means you've seen that there are things going on which is not transparent to the community. So if, let's say, in a scale of 1 to 10, if you are to rate the current administration, how much are you going to give to the current story? Scale of 1 to 10. Be honest.
Thank you for your question. There is transparency, but as we all know, everything can be improved. So we are coming to strengthen it, push it more, to make it a wonderful one. Thank you.
So I think he said a scale.
All right, on a scale of 1 to 10, I am giving him 8.
So
how would I add the 2? Oh.
Please listen to the chair. It's the chair who
okay, all right.
Ask you for the question. So don't listen to the audience, okay?
Yes, so yes, so the 2. How are you going to do that too? I mean, add the 2 to it to make it 10.
All right. As I stated that everything can be improved. There are ways, or the era in which we are now, there are opportunities for us all to make things clear. Okay? So I and my vice and also the entire administration, we will make sure that informations are being given on time. Regarding something that I believe one of the financial secretary was saying concerning budgets, one thing about us, the scholars, is that the other time when I could remember, I served in 2 administrations as a cohort representative. And when it was time for translation. There were things that were not going clear. So the president who is in office currently had to make sure that he got those things clear before he get to assent to the document. So these are some of the things that we will focus on. Making sure that we get these things clear before signing any document. Thank you.
So with the same point, your key commitments, one of them you said constitutional awareness campaign. And then you explain it as helping scholars better understand their rights, responsibilities, and governance structure. This constitutional awareness campaign, is it, which constitution are you talking about here?
All right, sorry for that. The scholars constitution. If things work well, majority of us, we don't know much about the school's constitution as well. So we as scholars, we go out and do things that may not be right. So mainly it's for the scholars. The scholars constitution is what I'm talking about. This is what we are going to do the campaign on. Thank you.
Okay, so the 6.2, which is unity, culture, and then scholars' experience. And then, like I said, you have stated some points there, which I think is already going on in the scholars community. The key component, which is Scholars Week. Are we doing it or we are not doing it? The Scholars Week, the annual celebration and all that, which we have stated here for scholarships, leaderships, culture, innovation, sports, and then others. The talent and creativity showcase. I think there was some even happened recently, right? Yes. But you still stated it over there, sports and wellness activities. I think it's already been done. But you're still, stating them over there. Why? And how is yours going to be different from what is already being happening?
Thank you so much for the question. As we have seen, if you could pay much attention to my policies, they are not far-fetched. There are things which some of the things are already going on, but they are not effective. The recent talent show or program that went on, the communication came in a way that they had to start adding some incentives to the thing to make scholars become interested. This means, since I came to this community, I have not experienced anything of that sort, talent show and all that. I have not experienced anything of that sort before. So this year was the first time I've heard of it. So if it was like it couldn't come on last year, then this year, that means the previous times things were not effective. That is why we are coming into office to put measures in place so that we do these things consistently. Thank you.
Okay, I'm still with that one. Okay. So I think for the talent and creativity showcasing, you were saying that I think only this year it happened, right? So I think it was only for the females, that talent show. So if we vote for you to be the president, are you going to add the boys or the guys to it? How are you going to do it?
Thank you so much. We all have talents. It's not just the ladies that have talents. Some of us, the guys, our talent is football. Even though all genders, we can sing. Okay? And some people, basketball and all that. Like, let's say let's talk about sports. Majority of us are not being given the opportunity to grow. So as you ask, when I come into office, would I add the guys to it or the boys? No, I will not call them boys. We are young men. Yes, no one is a boy here. We are young men. So together with the office, we will try and put measures in place. Recently, before I left office as a cohort representative, there was a discussion that was going on for us to also have a fun time. And this one was for us to watch movie. Okay? And it's a wonderful initiative. But how, to me, my understanding, guys alone, if it is not football, but watching movie, just guys beside guys, sometimes we all understand. Yeah. We all understand. I believe majority of the people know what I'm trying to talk about. So if there should be anything of movie, and it would be fantastic to do it mixed gender. And when the talents too, we all do it together. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Amanyu, for your presentation. I just have a few questions, but because of the time, I will reduce it. Okay, you mentioned that you serve as a cohort rep. That is the first tenor. And I was your deputy. And I'm not the one that witnessed it. All the cohort members witnessed it. You were very inactive. Yes, you were very inactive. So my question is, how did you work on it? And also, how sure are you that you can handle the office of the presidency, which needs immediate attention to the scholars? And the second question has to do with, how do you promote cultural integration among scholars, and how will you finance it without the welfare committee? Thank you.
Before you sit, when you say I was not effective, can you give me an instance?
We all know that as a cohort rep, you are supposed to take information from the office, post it in the cohort page. He wasn't doing that. And also, when I test you as the vice, or when someone tests you for clarification, it takes over 24 hours for you to come and reply to the person. Once the person is supposed to do something. And also, in sharing, last year, the sharing of dinner's ticket was all about cohort reps. It wasn't when now they've now given it to the restaurant to share. And when it happened in that instance, or in that sense, you were not ready to help me, or you were not there to help your deputy. Yeah, so these are the circumstances I'm talking about.
All right. Thank you so much for your consent. When you talk about me not putting informations across board, when someone comes to ask me concerning something, it takes 24 hours before I reply. You know, all the powers doesn't lie in my hands. And I have to consult people ahead of us. I cannot just give you an answer that will throw you into a different thing altogether. Are you hearing what I'm saying? This is why I need to consult those ahead of me to give you the answer. If there is someone here who, or any scholar who can tell me that he or she has come into my DM asking a question, maybe then maybe I didn't see the message. Because a lot of messages come. There are messages. Recently, before I saw a message that was sent to me in July 2024. 2025 rather. The messages come, and sometimes when you are scrolling, you understand what I'm saying. So when it takes much time, I also need to consult those in charge before I give you the reply. And when people come, I tell them to hold on. I don't have any ready information on this that you're asking me. Give me time. I will get back to you with the feedback. This is what I have done. Thank you.
Okay, because of the time, I will just have to leave, but there are a lot to talk about. And then the second question, you didn't answer it. How to promote culture integration among scholars? Yeah.
All right, thank you. What I intend to do, together with my vice in office, is in this community, there are a lot of things that goes on already. But there are other things that we share together as scholars. What I intend to do is to bring on board cooking competition for different countries. When you also cook your food, we taste it. That will be a kind of, I eat your food, that food is nice. Which country are you from? Then that kind of connection is there. You have tasted something, our delicacy, and I am interested. Even from there, we can build relationships that will last, or that will build us, that will go into the future with us. You can go and visit the person later in the future in their own countries and all that. So this is one of the initiatives that I'm bringing on board if things work well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please, my question is, it has to do with the policies, specifically the give back to community. You serve us as a cohort rep. I'm in cohort 11. You serve us for 2 terms. When you heard the office complaining about scholars not doing that and they dought to also do the project, Why didn't you come to tell us to do it as a small number? And you want us to trust you as a president that you can do it as these large numbers.
Thank you so much for that wonderful question. Why should you trust me as a president if I was not able to tell you as your cohort representative?
One question.
There is this thing that we all regard in life is title or status. Okay? Majority of the people, I don't want to, how will I say it? Retaliate with some things. Okay? We all need to learn communication. Are you hearing what I'm saying? Sometimes when I speak with Ezekiel himself, the way he speaks to me sometimes, I never just raise it or make it known to him because I know we are all human beings. We are learning. Are you hearing what I'm saying? So sometimes when you come to people, talking to them or how people come into your DM and they just leave their message anyhow that they want. To be frank, I have learned a little and about communication, how to handle people. Sometimes when people post things in the group, he will come into my delete the thing. Just it doesn't go that way. Okay? You will start creating enemies for yourself. So as I was a cohort representative, I was not able to come and tell you. These were some of the things. I've seen how some people react towards me when I tell them things to do. Do you hear what I'm saying? We all see ourselves to be colleagues here. It's true. We are all under the same umbrella. We are all the same. We are all enjoying the same benefits. So we see ourselves to be all the same people. But we are different people before coming here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, boss. Why is it that your presentation was just referring to you? I'm asking this because it seems you were using I. Meanwhile, you came with your voice. But is it that she didn't take part in the writing of the this manifesto or what?
I don't know if you pay much attention. I don't know if you paid much attention. I involved her in the whole thing that I was reading. Anyone here can attest to that fact. Did I speak anything without involving her? I did, right? So maybe you didn't hear that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Master Hope Amenyo. Okay, my question is very simple. When you are voted into power, right now, let's say you are the president. So how will you measure the success of your presidency, and also what indicators will make you admit that a policy has failed? If you are voted into power right now, how will you measure the success of your presidency? And what indicators will you make you admit that a policy has failed? Understood?
If I get you, you are asking what are the indicators that I'm going to use to measure my success in office. Okay. And all right, thank you so much. What will indicate is our participation in what we do. And you are the ones, when you're able to contribute, we all collaborate in the community, it's then that it will be seen that what we have done has impacted.
Thank you. There will be, we are trying to make time for the presidential debate. So that, yeah, then you can ask questions when it comes. Yeah. So thank you for the questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Master Hope. So the next aspirant on the presidential portfolio will be Master Ishmael Bisa and the Vice. And please to keep the time. I think we'll do the 4 questions, then the the presidential debate, when they debate and then you have questions for any of them, that one, the floor will be all yours. Thank you.
I greet you all good people of our noble scholars community. The chair, with your permission, I'd like to take a moment to appreciate all the men, the fathers, and the leaders in our community. Happy Father's Day to you all. With all protocols duly observed, a manifesto delivered by Ishmael Bisa, an aspirant for the Scholars President, hopeful 2026. I title my manifesto, The People, Purpose, and Progress Manifesto. I stand before you not just as a fellow scholar, but as someone who deeply believes in the power of community, connection, and shared progress. Today, I am not here to make promises, but share with you what I intend to bring on board when you elect me as the next Scholars President of our noble community. Like many of you, I've experienced the highs and lows of our journey as students. I have felt the pressure of deadline, the excitement of opportunities, and the quiet hope that our efforts today will lead to something greater tomorrow. What drives me is simple. I am here to make an impact because I care for the community, about our well-being, and about the legacy we are going to leave behind. So as I share my vision and plans with you, join me with a step of entrusting me with your vote to make these policies come true. Below are some of the visions and plans the Ishmaelite administration have for our community if voted for as Scholars President and Vice President respectively. The first policy, the welfare of scholars would be the forefront and priority of our administration. The strength of our scholars community lies in the well-being of its members. If elected as president of our noble community, my administration will make sure that the welfare of scholars is one which is not taken for granted. My administration will establish a robust welfare system that addresses scholars' concern in terms of academics, health, feeding, social life, personal concern, and others, you just name it. As part of prioritizing the welfare of scholars, the welfare chaired by the Vice President will be tasked to ensure that at least 80% of scholars' reports about welfare will be addressed in less than 24 hours. Also, the Welfare Committee will work closely with the Scholars Body, especially the Scholars Council and the Secretariat, to identify the gap in our welfare, act as soon as possible to find solutions to address them. In the first 1 month of my administration, the Welfare Office will be re-established and equipped to discharge their responsibilities. To track progress, a weekly evaluation will be conducted and submitted to the scholars community, of which feedback will be taken through that process. The second policy, a proposal of Scholars Week initiative or Scholars Week celebration. I take it again, a proposal of Scholars Week celebration. What does that policy say? One thing I have come to realize is that during academic responsibilities and daily pressures, we often forget to pause, reflect, and simply celebrate who we are as scholars and a vibrant student community. That is why, if I am given the opportunity, together with my running mate, I will propose the launch of a Scholars Week celebration, a dedicated time in the academic year to reconnect, re-energize, and reimagine ourselves as leaders. This is going to be a week, not just a week of activities. It will be a week of purpose where we balance learning with joy, reflection with action, and individual growth within our community. This week will have major feature events like empowering seminars, the Scholars Game and Talent Showcase, the Scholars Fair and Trade Expos, Scholars Fair and Trade Expos, showcase of different cultures, and many more. To achieve this, we will work closely with the Scholars Body, the Council, the Secretariat, the alumni for the realization of this initiative. This will strengthen unity, networking, development, and spirit among scholars. This proposal will be submitted to the Secretariat within the first 2 months of my tenure in office. I take it again. This proposal shall be submitted to the Secretariat for review and approval within the first 2 months of my tenure in office. The third policy, strengthening committees for real impact by working effectively and efficiently with the Scholars Constitution. In Chapter 4 of the Scholars Constitution, it outlines the several, as amended 2025, Chapter 4 as amended 2025 of our Scholars Constitution. It outlined the several offices under the Executive Board. You can name them if you read the Scholars Constitution. Also, Chapter 5 makes provision for the committee heads and the committees as designed to serve a unique purpose in advancing the welfare, political, editorial, judicial and discipline, and professional development of scholars, sports and games, just a few to mention. However, many of these committees remain inactive or ineffective, leading to gaps in service delivery, poor follow-up on initiative, and a disconnection between leadership and the people. If elected, I am going to prioritize, review, strengthen, and hold accountable all committee members. I'm going to do this by making sure that committee presents a weekly report, work plan, and assessment, undergo occasional training and orientation. There shall be recognition, award of excellence, and hard work. I believe the Scholars Council, if empowered, are going to work effectively to ensure this success. The fourth policy is a mini-skill training program where we are going to have a session for training ourselves. I know we have the summer camp and a whole lot, but I believe there are some skills which when we initiate among ourselves, we'll be able to learn. Skills like photography, skills like video editing, graphic design, skills like Microsoft, skills like Power BI. Do you need, how do we call it, summer camp to learn all these skills? We can have it as an initiative to train scholars with those skills among ourselves. That is why it is mini. So that is going to be achieved within the first 1 month of my administration. Put things in place, we establish it. The introduction of a monthly keep fit exercise for scholars. Yes, we have sports and game, but that is once a semester. Why don't we have an initiative that is going to bring us together at least 2 times in a week, where we exercise ourselves, we dance together, we sweat, we laugh, we throw our hands around one Saturday morning. We do all this. That is going to unite us, bring the love in the community, get to connect with each other. And we are not going to be just the book only. Let's come together as scholars through these simple initiatives. The next I'm going to talk about, for the sake of time, is promoting constitutional awareness and civic engagement. You all witnessed the confusion, the brouhaha, and the name it that is arising as a result of we not knowing what our constitution talks about. We have a constitution which have been amended, but the provisions in the constitution are not followed to the latter. I can name examples where the constitution have been violated. My administration will make sure that we have civic engagement and constitutional awareness through our WhatsApp platform and door-to-door campaign, not just anyhow. A coordinated door-to-door campaign on engagement of constitutional awareness. The seventh is encouraging financial literacy for a ready scholar future. We should know how to manage our funds as scholars. We have various opportunities like the Ghana Stock Exchange, as mentioned by my dear sister Favor. I have that in mind. If you vote for me, I will collaborate with people in higher institutions to make sure that this policy is being implemented. The last one is the proposal of Scholars Museum. I believe scholars, we have the God-given talent. We are creative, whereby with our creativity, we can bring things on board, being it artifact, being it academic work, being it cultural means or anything. And in partnership with the Secretariat, we are going to exhibit this in our various offices, if it's possible, or within the Impact building, so that that artifact which is on the wall, someone sees it, likes it, oh, who did this? Your name is on it. I would like to have a copy. That has given you, the scholar, an exposure. Do you know how far that exposure alone can take you? No. So why don't we have something that brings out our God-given talent, that gives us the exposure as what? Individual scholars. There is more to say, but for the sake of time, I would like to conclude. These policies I have shared are not lofty dreams, but policies that reflect the people, purpose, and progress of our community. These are smart policies which are achievable through strong leadership, collaboration, accountability, and effective and efficient leadership, as well as management of resources. I truly believe that with these policies, we can shape our community into a dynamic and transformative community that supports each of us to become the better scholars we want to be. For strengthening leadership accountability, to welfare, to mini-scale, to just name the policies I have given. We are going to have a leadership that really cares, because I believe leadership is not just about title. It is about the service, presence, and impact. These are not just promises, once again. These are plans that can be achieved together with unity and cooperation, with commitment and teamwork, through a heartbeat for the people. So today, I humbly want to beg the good people of our scholars community, and trust me with your vote. And with my experience, I'm going to make sure that these policies I have mentioned are going to be made realistic. Let us rise not as individuals working alone, but as a united community driven by vision and a commitment to transformation. Vote number 2. Vote number 2. For the third time, vote number 2. Vote Bisa Ishmael for MCF Scholars President 2026. Vote for Bisa Ishmael, MCF President 2026. A vote for Ishmael is a vote for the people. A vote for Ishmael is a vote for purpose. A vote for Ishmael is a vote for progress. Thank you all. God bless Mastercard Foundation Scholars at KNUST. God bless KNUST, and God bless us all. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Ishmael, thank you for your presentation. I really like how you presented yourself. And with your point 1, you were talking about the welfare. I think for you to be the president, the most important thing is all about is we the scholars. So
thank you very
really
much,
like
Mr.
about
Chair.
your presentation. So you were talking about your point 4.
Okay.
Mini skills training programs.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So I want to find out, how are you going to organize this program, and who is going to bear the cost of these programs?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So for the sake of time, I had to off-head explain my policies, because if I'm going to read them, it will take time. That is why I didn't go through the format. So referring to my policy, you are going to realize that I have stated this initiative shall be achieved in the following ways. We shall map the interest of scholars to their skills. We shall engage with what? Trainees. We shall have on-hands training. We shall showcase and certification. Now, how do we achieve this? I've said that already. Now, the cost. I believe in the scholars community, and I know the scholars have skills which, when as a leader I approach them, oh, Mr. Divine, with the skills you have, I want you to teach Miss Efia how to, or I want to teach you to teach this set of students who are interested in knowing how to do this. I don't think...
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ishmael. I think...
And more to that...
I'm okay. I'm okay with that.
All right.
So don't you think we have such a programs already, talking about summer camps?
Okay.
And you listed here engagements with, talk about some skills that we have already been trained on. Do you think it's necessary for you to bring such a programs apart from the summer camp?
Mr. Chair, in our local parlance, Mpenifo Bubebi say, "Enamdo hoi enye day and saying kwai." And to say sorry to our international students, all I'm trying to say is plenty fish in the soup, no go spoil the soup. Yes. So what is wrong if we have summer camp, okay, and with effective leadership, we are able to implement a mini skill program. I don't think, to me, I feel like with PowerPoint, Excel, Photoshop, just name them. Some basic skills. Do we have to wait for summer camp before we learn them? When we have individuals who are in the community who can teach us under 1 hour per session for us to what? Get it. And you start practicing. It's not just about the certificate. It's not just about the first class. But having a skill attached to what? Your name.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ezekiel.
Ishmael, please.
Ishmael,
Sorry.
your point 6. We're talking about promoting constitutional awareness and civic engagement. And we're talking about there have been some provisions in the scholars' constitution that hasn't been effective or something. I want you to be sincere. Can you mention some of the things that you think are in the constitution that the current administration are not putting it in place?
So, Mr. Chair, thank you very much for your question. In a way, I wanted to sweep this under the carpet, not to raise any sensitivity. But I think not to make it look like it's a fallacy or dust I'm throwing into the eyes of scholars, I will try to address that. And shout out to our current president, Mr. Ernest Asamoah. I really commend you for the good work you are doing, and God richly strengthen you. In the Constitution, I am not certain, but I can look for it for you. It is provided that a committee is supposed to have 1 deputy. Mr. Divine, please, can you tell us how many deputy the welfare committee had as at the time you were exiting? 2. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ishmael, right? Yeah, please, if you have a question, you can ask.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ishmael. Okay, already reflected on the Scholars Week celebration.
Yes, please.
My question relating to that is, are scholars going to be exempted from class during this period, or how do you intend to encourage scholars to participate in that week celebration as more scholars or many scholars prioritize the academics mainly?
Very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Ezekiel. The chair, to address this question, I would like to say that policies are meant to be fulfilled, and policies are meant to be filled. Mr. Ezekiel, please pay attention. Now, it is a policy. That is why I told you proposal of, please, are we together? So proposal, I can bring it out and, oh no, we want academics, then, oh, no, let's go. We do away with it. I get it. But if it stands, we need effect. It's my policy, okay? And I know how to go about it. How? We are going to do it in such that it does not even have anything to do with what? Your class. Unless you want to tell me after 7 p.m., you go for lectures. Yes, you may have any other stuff to do. But we having Scholars Week doesn't mean chinchina trying. I will say, oh yeah, day, Obrabi. Please, is that fine? Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Last year, we witnessed something that was last semester. The day they do the room allocations, the permanent rooms, some scholars were not able to get their rooms that very day. And I was one of them. And thanks to our president. And we went to the porters. He sent us to the host. They referred us to go to the hostel manager. When we got there, they told some of us that the rooms there are no rooms again. So we should go and find somewhere and sleep. The following day, then they rectify that. Please, as a president, how will you help us with that? Or how will you accommodate those people for the following day?
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Ishmael, my own very name. Thank you for your question. So, as I stand here, I'm a business administration student specializing in the field of management. Okay, when we talk about management, management is it's quite a lot, but I want to drive point to the fact that our leadership should foresee and make provision. We should have contingency what? Leaders. When I say contingency leaders, leaders that will act based on what? The situation. As they've made provisions already. So with this that happened, I want to apologize. You have to go through all those stress. But if it were to be me, I don't think, if it is true they said you have to go and sleep somewhere, go and sleep where? That's the question. Where should I go and sleep? When the fees for hostel have been paid, where should I go and sleep? So at that point, we don't just go. We make sure they allocate. If it takes, we have to at least, and I know the secretariat are also working very hard to ensure that all this, but at the end of the day, it's being resolved. We cannot encourage that challenges are not going to come. They are going to come, but how do we address them? That is why we need Ishmael-led administration. Thank you.
Thank you. A very simple question. Very simple. Did you make your policies to be a success or for it to be failed?
Do you believe you are successful or you're a failure?
Sorry?
Do you believe you are successful or you're a failure?
I'm not successful.
No. Do you believe you are successful or you're a failure?
I think this question I'm asking you.
Mr. Boachi.
I just asked you a question. Just answer me. Don't ask me a question. Why would you answer me? Huh? Please. Sorry, please. Oh, please.
So,
silence. I just asked you a question.
Okay. So
just answer the question and let's go.
I actually wanted you to redeem yourself when you said you are successful, then meaning you're a failure. That is what you literally mean. I said policies are meant to be, and they are meant to be what? Filled. If that is the premises of your question. Now, if you listen to my manifesto very well, the policy I mentioned to be a proposal is what? Please, is what? The scholars what? Weak. The rest, I made sure that they are not what? Proposals. So I can tell you for a fact, without doubt, that my policies are successful. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. You mentioned ensuring strict compliance with the scholars' constitution. However, how exactly will your administration enforce this without creating conflict between the executive body and existing structures, such as the committees and the council? Then specifically, what practical steps will you take to ensure that enforcement is seen as cooperation and strengthening of governance rather than interference? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Francis, for such questions. Please, have you ever read the Constitution before? Do you even have the Constitution? Mr. Francis, please, have you read the Constitution before? Be sincere, have you?
No, please.
Do you have it?
Yes, I've not actually gone.
Do you have it?
No, please, I don't have it.
You don't have it. So please, let's do ourselves a favor after you see me for it, okay? Me enjoy share for free. Yes, so the Constitution makes provision for the Scholars' Council, where everybody's responsibility on the council is enshrined. Enshrined means it has been provided. Okay. So I believe if we adhere and with an effective leadership, why should there be conflict when provisions have been made? Vice President, do this, do that, you do it. President, do this, do that, you do it. Welfare Committee, do this, do that, you do it. And aside that, the scholars say with additional, the Constitution says with additional assignments given to who? The president to an officer on the committee. You are supposed to what? Execute it. So if you are following your responsibilities according to the Constitution, Mr. Francis, and we are very serious with our leadership, do you believe we should have a problem? Please, do you believe we should have a problem? Do you believe we should have a problem? You are not. Okay, thank you very much.
much. Yes, thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah, so we are I mean time. We are behind time. And then, we were supposed to start at 12, and then you see, when scholars, please next time let's pay attention to time. Okay. Next time. Because right now we have to beg the technicians and then some of our staffs who are here to permit us with 30 minutes after 5. Please, next time let's come early. Because we started at 1 something. It's not good. Okay, thank you. So the next person on that portfolio will be Mr. Divine Boache Obenesa. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone.
Please, if there is any questions, when 4 people ask questions, the rest, please kindly put your question down. The debate, the 30 minutes, you have time to ask them. Okay, we don't have time that much. Thank you.
Manifesto delivered by Obenasa Divine Boache and Roli Edrapa Efia Boache, President and Presidential respectfully. The Chair, Electoral Commissioner, the panel, staff present, Scholars Council executives present, fellow scholars, we greet you all once again. First and foremost, I would like to introduce myself and my running mate once again for clarity. I am Obenasa Divine Boache. She is Roli Edrapa Efia Boache. We are both in cohort 10. We are together as a team running for the position of the president and vice president respectively. We believe that everyone has the same opportunities in life and to be treated equally. We believe that we are the right people to lead the scholars community in the next academic year. Somebody may ask, why us? We are hardworking and self-motivated individuals. We believe in service leadership. If elected as president and vice, we will ensure that the best interests of the scholars are met. We intend on serving the scholars community within the best of our capabilities and ensure that requests will be attended to or handled promptly. If elected, we intend to bring on board the scholar certificate. We intend to bring on board a scholar certificate. This certificate will be a proof that one was a beneficiary of the scholars program here at KNUST. Somebody may ask that, then what is the offer of scholarship letter for? Someone might still have access to the offer of scholarship letter, even if they are being sacked from the program. Someone might have misplaced their offer of scholarship letter because maybe during his or her first year, he or she didn't know the importance of it as he or she completes school. The certificates aim at solving these issues. There will be a QR code on every certificate. So, when sent to any organization, they will scan and then a little data of you will show or pop up to show that indeed you were a scholar and you hold the title of a scholar alumni. If a person is stripped of the title of a scholar alumni, their data will be crushed by the secretariat. In this case, they may have the hard copy, but their data will be crushed and then nothing will show their eligibility to use that certificate. Again, if we are being voted into power, we intend to bring on board the Scholars Inside and Outside Initiative. This initiative aims at equipping scholars when they are in school to be a better version of themselves when they complete school. It aims at making scholars have access to their career of impact. Some of the initiatives include resume preparation, job search, and LinkedIn talks, as is being organized by the Secretariat this evening. Websites, awareness on websites like Baobab and Africa Career Network, which is shortly called ACN, will also be loudened. Websites will be created so that we post whatever we do during summer camp. It will serve as a reference. Whenever scholars want to refer, it will be easy. Driving and swimming lessons are also part of this initiative. Again, we intend to bring on board an initiative to make scholars have a seat in Parliament, the SRC Parliament. This agenda is part of the policies of the current administration. So if they are able to complete it, it's fine. But if they are not, we will work on it. Since the scholars community is an organized body with various political institutions, we will work on getting a seat at the SRC Parliament so that it will foster communication. The last but not the least, we will institutionalize our talent-based bodies. There are talents within the scholars community. After a survey we did, we realized that most scholars have talents they would want to exhibit within the community. So if we are being voted into power, we will work on that and institutionalize those bodies we have, and try to bring new bodies on board as well. Some of these bodies are the choir and then the live band. It will make our gatherings more exciting. If we are being voted into power, we will make sure we accomplish all that we've said. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. Because of time, let's do it quick, and then your name again.
Obenasa Divine Boache.
What's your surname?
Obenasa.
Your vice president's name. No, you mentioned it.
Boache.
You mentioned the full name of your vice presidency.
Boache Efia Edraparoli.
But when you started, you mentioned your name starting with the surname, but you mentioned your vice president's name starting with the first name. It wasn't matching for me. I mean, sure. you understand it?
Yeah. I understand.
Okay. So maybe when you have to be doing it, you start with on it.
Sure.
Okay. And then your third point, I don't know if it's me that is not understanding, but it says scholars representation at the SRC Parliament, right?
Yes, please.
And looking at the explanation there, it means the current administration is being working about it. And he said if they are not able to complete it, then it's fine. But if they are not, so it means this one is not a strong point. That seems to, or you have something to talk about it.
I said it's fine because it will fall in good hands if we are being voted into power.
So if they are able to complete it, then it will make your policies so distinct.
As an administration, as we move forward, there are certain things that pops up that are not part of your policies, but makes the administration run smoothly. So we are open to any other thing that comes along the line.
So currently your points are what? 4, right?
Yes, please.
But if they complete it, your points will be limited to what?
Will be limited to 3.
3. So it means, what about if the current administration starts working on all your points here and they complete it?
It's the same way all the presidential aspirants also have policies. And if it happens that the current administration completes any of them or all of them, we will bring up new things.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Divine. Mr. Divine, I hope you are the deputy welfare head.
Where?
You were. Okay. Thank you. Were you aware of what happened last semester when we vacate, during the vacation, were you aware what happened
regarding
accommodation for final year students?
Yes, please.
And what measures did you put in place as a deputy welfare head?
Okay, so in KNUST on campus here, everything is bureaucracy. And then when you write a letter, it doesn't just get to the top. It climbs from the bottom up to the top. So we wrote letters to the secretariat. By the time it got to the top, it was coming from DOSA. And you can just imagine DOSA giving us feedback through the same channel again. So we made effort to make final years stay on campus. Yeah. For now, that is what I can say.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Divine. Yeah. My question has to do with field trips. Okay. Some courses, their field trips are included in their school fees. Sure. Others too is not. So when it happens, the scholar has to pay for it. So I want to ask, if you are being voted into power, what will you do about it?
Okay, thank you. There is already, when you go for an academic trip, it's already there. You write to the office, you let them know that the trip is fully academic and it will contribute to you. You just have to write to the office, they'll refund it to you. And please attach a receipt. It has to be signed by the HOD of your.
Please, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Every now and then, scholars complain about the food they take. Some, they take what they don't like. And what happened is that current administration, I'm sure they've tried to rectify that by telling all the restaurants to be giving us the same meal. They provide us 3 meals every day, and all the restaurants do that. But you end up by seeing one restaurant giving a fish, a big fish, then others 1 egg. How do you rectify that?
Thanks for bringing this up. Ismail, listen here. Thanks. I was working with the food. Now, let me give you a scenario. People who take their food from, they told me that per the survey I did, they told me that on Sundays, the rice ball and the soup, the meat is too big, so they should reduce it. Yeah. People, that very day I did the survey, people from Sambra also said that their meat is too small. Very good. So structural adjustments are being made all the time. And when we come into power, we will continue with that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Divine. So for someone that has had the opportunity to serve in the Office of the Welfare, I want to ask, what do you think is the biggest challenge facing scholars today? Having that opportunity before, what do you think is the biggest challenge facing scholars today? And then why do you think previous leaders have struggled to solve those challenges? Thank you.
Okay, thank you too. From my experience, the biggest challenge is scholars always, most of the time, fall sick because of ulcer. Yes. And I've taken several people to the hospital because of ulcer. And then before I resigned, I worked with the welfare and together with the secretariat to organize a health talk on ulcer and I think appendicitis, those things. Yeah, so we will continue with that.
So my question is, I learned you were a presidential candidate last year, but you resigned. So if we should vote you in power, how should we trust you that if the burdens increase, you will not resign from that position again?
Talking of my withdrawal from the presidential candidacy. Yeah.
Yes.
So because my visions then aligned with the one of the aspirants. So I withdrew and then attached to that particular aspirant.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you. No, you. Yes. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So the next aspirant on the portfolio for the president will be Master Meshach Kwabnanati.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Okay. The chairman and all protocols duly observed. My name is Meshach Kwaminati, and I'm here with Kezia Amwakwa Opoku, and we are aspiring to be the president and then the vice president, respectively. Fellow scholars, we did not earn a place in the Mastercard Foundation Scholars Program to play it safe. We earn it to lead, to build, and to lift others as we rise. That is the conviction behind this campaign. I am Meshach Kwaminati, and I'm running to be your president because I believe our council can be far more than a name on a certificate. It can be the engine that helps every scholar thrive. Too often, we build the talent in this community without building the systems that we have brilliant builders, leaders, and entrepreneurs sitting in the same room, yet too little of that value flows to one. My platform is here to change that. It will all simple promises: belong, learn, earn, and launch. With 6 clear policies to bring them to life. Every one of them is practical, affordable, and built beyond a single tenor. Think of this manifesto as my promise to you. It's bold on purpose because this moment for conviction, not caution. If you give trust, I'll give you a counsel that really works. The one that is measurable in and for every scholar. My vision is to belong, learn, earn, and launch. And then for our objectives or our policies, the first one is to have a scholars market. A verified scholars only market where members can buy and sell safely. It keeps value moving among us. So a scholar with a skill, a product, or a service always has a ready market, and every member shops with the trust that comes from a close, accountable network. And so people here run businesses. And I think one of the aspirants, he just left here. Many of you don't know that she even runs a business. So we want to give visibility to these people. For example, we are creating a website, and it's going to be Scholars Market. So you are not just coming to post a product on WhatsApp. Oh, I saw water on the 4th floor, or I saw this on this floor. And somebody will leave that 4th floor and go to the supermarket or the mini market to go and get a sachet of water or something like that. We are giving visibility to the whole scholars program. That if I am selling something, my fellow scholars should be able to buy from me so that the profits still stay in the same community. And our second policy is career launchpad, a clear pathway from the classroom to a career. It brings together an internship and opportunity board, an alumni mentorship network that links us to scholars, industry, and hands-on skills boot camps. We stop leaving placement to chance and start building the relationship and prove that gets scholars hired. Every scholar here was given an internship in first year, and I think for some people that was the end, right? So we want to push you further. I've been able to work with Amalitech. I've been able to work with Yango because I've moved beyond just the first year internship
to actually fighting for those opportunities. And these are the same things we want to bring on board into the scholars program. The third is what? Code Her Future. A scholar-led initiative through volunteers teach women coding, AI, and digital skills. Women are the heart of this program. There are 70% women on this program and 30% men on this program. And so you can see that the percentage is, the gap is very wide. And so the women are the heart of this program. And this is how we turn that strength into a movement, equipping our sisters with the most in-demand skills of this decade and opening the door for more women in tech. The fourth is Scholars Study Network. I was the financial secretary for I just resigned here from the academic committee. And one of the challenges is that there are scholars who are struggling, but then they find no help, right? And so I was able to work with my head, who was Elvis Techi, and I think the president just left here. There has been a series of communications and other things to make sure that we are able to get scholars the help that they need. Right? So for that particular one, when, for example, an academic support platform with two simple parts, a way to book peer help when you are stuck in a course, and a matcher that pairs you with study partners in your major or class. The scholar should have, no scholar should have to struggle alone when another scholar has the platform or the opportunity to help them. And our fourth one is the Scholars ID. And this is one of the things that we have been fighting for many years. And I think this year it became very pressing, including myself. They say I still owe a school fees of 810 cedis. And the secretariat has to write to the college. And it's becoming even difficult. They ask, what is the proof that you're a scholar beyond what they are hearing? And sometimes this small or little identity is what can give you that kind of visibility. And this card costs just 30 cedis. Even the student card costs 30 cedis. And we can all come together, even from the funds that we have, to ensure that scholars are not stranded in situations like this. There are people who miss exams simply because of these things. And we want to bring a stop to that. So, an official scholars identity card issued through the secretariat that gives every scholar a member or a real mark of belonging and an easier way to access council events, services, and verification within our community. Identity is the first step to belonging, so let's make it real. And our last policy is Scholars Opportunity Fund, a scholar-governed pool of micro grants for the things that move a career forward, like conference travel, professional certificates, and seed support for ventures and projects. Decisions are made openly by scholars for scholars. So admission is never held back by a small missing amount. Yeah, we have entrepreneurship funds and rest, but with this one, we are looking into the 5% funds for the professional development committee. That's where we are going to get this fund to support the scholars. So a manifesto is only strong as the person who is trusted to deliver it. I do not just propose ideas. I have a record of building and leading. Here is why you can trust me with these promises. I am a builder and founder of Atlas. So I own a software engineering company by name Atlas. And we build solutions not just for students, but then for real companies, right? And also, some of you know me by Shuttle Smart here. So it's something that is in session. We are currently onboarding students onto Shuttle Smart for the whole KNUST ecosystem. The vision is not only KNUST, but from UCC to University of Ghana and even beyond Ghana. And then also, I'm a co-leader of the Cloud Builder Club. So I'm the first person to bring Cloud AI. Most of you have heard of Cloud here. I'm the first person to bring it here. And then it's free for every student. What you are supposed to pay $20 a month is free for every single KNUST student on campus. Plan and run full hackathon from venue and logistics to charging. I know how to turn an idea into an event that delivers. Also, as I said, I've been with Amalitech. So Amalitech is one of the leading software engineering companies in Ghana. And currently, I am working with Yango as a fellow, where we are building solutions for local communities in Africa. I am a core 10 scholar and also a STEM fellow who has served this community and understand firsthand what we need in order to thrive. Vote Meshakwa Minati and Kezia Amakwa Opoku. Together, let us build a council where every scholar can belong, learn, earn, and then launch. Thank you.
So, Mr. Meshak, thanks for your presentation. So my question go with your point one, scholars market. I want to find out that, are you aware that students are not supposed to do marketing or sell at the hostel?
Yeah, so to an extent, there are certain things that you are not supposed to do it. Like, for example, there are certain things that violate how do you run the business. One of the things I've got you to understand from the portage is how the students run the business. Some of them do businesses and then they end up destroying the facilities. For example, their hostels. There are people who do hairdressing, and by the time they leave the room, the whole room has become something else. So sometimes because of the way they handle the businesses.
Per the student guide or something, it stated there that no student should do any marketing at their hostels. I don't know of off campus, but if you are on campus, you are not supposed to selling anything. So how are you going to do this if I'm a scholar and I'm selling water?
Yeah, so I think with that, we have, before we drafted our manifesto, we engaged with some people, like how they are doing this currently, and what has been the challenge, the reason why you are not supposed to sell. And I think like the way the people handle the places, that's why they were like, you cannot sell or you cannot do businesses. So one of the things, this is like an online space. So this like, okay, I see that. Yeah, so the item does not even have to be with you. Maybe you can even order from somewhere, right? There are people doing P2P, right? And then you get the product. So we are giving you that online presence. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Master Meshach, you see, most of your policies are hovered around the fact that you are a computer science student. So we want to know whether voting for you is only that side that the benefits are coming from, or there is something really special about voting for you for becoming the scholars president. And then upon our analysis, we've realized that you are a very busy person around. Anytime I see Meshach, he's either with a backpack moving somewhere. And then we realize that you are an ambassador for cloud and a whole lot of stuff. How do you get time for the scholars community when you are voted for? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So I'll start with the second question. And one of the principles I have as a human being is that I believe I cannot do everything alone. So everything I do, there are people around me that are helping me to run it. Yeah. I'm an ambassador for club, but I'm not the only person running the club, right? So one of the things I believe in is delegation of like tasks. If I know that this thing is supposed to be done at this particular time, and maybe I'm not around, or maybe I have to attend to something else, there is equally somebody who has the same capacity as I do, right? That can also handle the same particular task. For example, like if we win and then she become my vice president, there are tasks that should also be assigned, or there are things that she should be handling. So there doesn't always need to be the president per se for that thing to work. But then there are equally people with the same capacity and the same strength, right? And with the fact that I am a computer science student, almost everything here comes back to the scholars, right? So every policy we have is to end up benefiting the scholars. And I can boldly tell you that anything that has to do with tech will eventually benefit you, whether you are in tech or you are not in tech. So whether it's about computer science or it's not about computer science, the market is that you should end up benefiting. And these are the gaps you have identified so far on the Scholars Council. And we believe these are the platforms that can help us uplift the scholars. Thank you.
So my question is, I observe you arrived very late for this particular program, and you said we should vote for you. How do we trust you that even in the process of becoming the president, you are late? Then when we now give you the post, you can stay probably in your hostel and say they should do the activity, I'll come later. How do we trust you on that?
Okay, so thank you for that question. So I knew today I'll be coming a bit late. So you can ask the executives. I informed them, I sent them a message that this is the reason why I'll be late. So it's not like I was intentional about coming late. So I gave a proud notice. That's one thing about me. I'll not give you surprise things. So I told them that, oh, we are doing this and this and that. So please, if they can pardon me, I'll be coming at this time. You can verify from the the people here. You can verify from them, right?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Meshach. Talking about the scholars market structure or market forum. Okay, what will happen if a scholar end up selling illegal goods which breach even the student guide? How do you intend to defend the person or tackle that?
Yeah, so thank you for that question. For everything that we do, so let me go a bit technical. We have security layers to everything. So regardless of the fact that you want to sell on the platform, we verify. For example, you cannot go and sell gunpowder on Amazon because before you post the product, there has been so many verifications. So there is no way you can come and sell a product that is illegal because you have also gone through our verification processes, and we are aware of the fact that what you are selling is something good and not something bad, right?
Mr. Meshach, please, have you ever had a leadership position before? If yes, many scholars feel their concerns are only heard during elections. How will your administration change this perception?
Okay, so thank you for that question. In fact, I've heard a lot of portfolios, especially on this campus, from my department to the council and everything. And one of the things I believe is that one of the issues with us scholars is sometimes how we communicate, right? It's one thing to have a concern, and it's another thing to communicate that concern in a way that will benefit you. Right? If, for example, you are going through something and the thing becomes worse and you want an immediate response, maybe at that particular point that you're asking the thing, nobody is available to assist you. For example, imagine somebody is sick. You were sick on Monday, you kept quiet, and now the thing became worse on Friday, and you want an immediate response. Sometimes the way we seek for response is the issue why is the reason why we don't get them. So, for example, if you are going through something or there is something bothering you or you have a concern, give it early or be able to, that constructive like feedback must be there so that, okay, I know this person is going through this thing or that thing. Imagine you have been sick the whole day and you are calling somebody at 3 a.m. and maybe the person's phone is not reachable. What will you do? So sometimes I believe that the problem is not about the people who are leading. It's about how we relate to them and how we speak to them and how we even communicate our concerns to them. That is the main problem. Yeah.
Yeah, so thank you very much.
Thank you for your audience.
Thank you. Yeah, so thank you very much. Yeah, so we'll just start with the debate immediately. Yeah, so thank you very much. So the aspirant and the advisors will take the seat. So 1, 2, 3, 4, following the the ballot we did. Yeah, so please you can take your seats. Yeah, so before we start, please attend us. If you didn't write your name, you can come and write your name. I'll bring it. If you didn't write your name, it will be it will go in then you write. Sorry. Yeah, so for the debate, the attendance, that's attendance. Yeah, so some of them will have questions to ask themselves pertaining their portfolios. So they will ask before it comes from the audience. Yeah, so thank you.
So I think we can start with it. So if you have any question for your opponent, you can ask.
All right, thank you so much, our viewers, scholars. Uh, thank you so much for your audience this far. I have a question for Mr. Bisa Ishmael. You said you are having a welfare. Regarding your welfare, you want to establish a Keep Fit club or something of that sort. I also have the same thing in my policy. In what way are you going to implement it, and how are you going to mobilize scholars to be in this? Because when I can remember, last year, no, it wasn't last year, last semester, when they organized a Keep Fit what's the name, aerobics for scholars, we couldn't show up. What are you going to do so that scholars are showing up? And you said twice a week. How possible is that going to be?
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Hope. You made some fallacies which I would like to correct. Last semester, the only Keep Fit that was organized, which I vividly remember, was that of the Women's Commission, when I think it was on Vows Day, if I'm right, 14th February 2026. And I want to tell you, I was there. I was there, good people of the community. It's not true, I did it. The president and anybody who came that day will testify I was there. And you were there yourself. So please, that is not true. Now, how will I mobilize them? I don't need bullions. So people say bullions. Somebody say bullions. We don't need bullions to organize a Keep Fit or an aerobics. What much expensive we can get? Water, maybe some sobolo and pies, and we have welfare allocation for all this. So Mr. Hope, if this is your concern, I don't think you need to worry about it. Once you have that in your policy, I think we can partner together, right, to at least make it more attractive. And how will I get scholars on board? One thing I've realized in our scholars community is that we the leaders, we don't normally go down to get the scholars. More of the time, I've realized we sit by the phone, just post the information, thinking that's all. Scholars don't even see because we have other activities to do. So the leaders, you and I, come together. If there is an occasion, what will be more beautiful than to go door to door and tell the scholar that, oh, scholar, tomorrow we have this program and I want to see you there. Do you think that will not improve the number of participation in our event? So I believe my will be one that, as I said, the committees are going to be tasked to work and will not just sit down at the back of the phone and give instruction. We will come out when the need arises to talk to scholars on events. Then I think we'll have a lovely community. Thank you.
All right, welcome. In my statement, I didn't mention that you were not there. I said people couldn't turn up for the program that much. I believe my people can testify to that.
Okay, so sorry. Then I think I've answered it already.
Yeah.
We have to empower our activities through the various committees. And as you know, the committee in charge for activities is the Activities committee which I served on. So I believe we should not just share flyers. Let's walk door to door and tell the scholars about it. And I believe that will encourage our participation in activities. Thank you.
Okay. With a follow-up question, who is doing this door-to-door process? Because we are all scholars, we all have academic stuff to do. Who is doing this door-to-door activity?
For the question, Mr. Hope, you know we have committees. If you really listen to my answer, we have committees, and a committee that is in charge of what? Activities, right? It's an activity, whether it's online or it's in person, it's an activity. And the activity committee led by the head, not only the activity committee, all of us, we should come on board. Are you getting it? Though you are minding your business, but when the need arises, the president should be able to come in and help you. The financial secretary should be able to come in and what? And help you. So not only the activities committee, we all as a scholars council, we can come together, do this door to door. How long will it take me to tell you, Hope? Tomorrow we have Keep Fit. I want to see you there. I hope you will come. How long? 20 minutes. 20 seconds. Did it take me? No. So if you spend a maximum of 1 minute in a room, and on average we have like, let's say 500 rooms in Brunei, how many hours? And it's not one day. We are not saying do this in one day. You do today, tomorrow, until it's time for what? The event. I hope it's fine. Thank you. Wherever scholars are located, we should be able to go there. The thing is, look, if we are able to go, if we are able to approach them for their vote, why can't we go? You see? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your submission. You can give the mic to Mr. Divine. Mr. Divine, thank you so much for your presentation. In your policies, you were talking about certification for scholars. Can you enlighten us much on this thing? Because me, I'm not getting what you're saying.
Okay. When you complete school, even at the moment, I'm sure it's on your CV that you're a Mastercard Foundation scholar, right? Very good. Now, when you complete, it will be on your CV you are an alumnus, right? Very good. The same way, if you get the presidency, it will be on your CV that you were the president, right? Very good. You will have a certificate to show that you were the president of the community. But a scholar doesn't have anything to show that he or she was a scholar unless the offer of scholarship letter, which as of today, I know of somebody who has been sacked from the program but still have access to the offer of scholarship. So the person can send it anywhere to prove that he or she was a beneficiary of the scholarship. But if we have the certificate, and if you were listening, I said we will have a QR code on every certificate. So when you send it to any organization, they will scan the QR code, and then they will get a data of you that indeed Hope Amenyo was a scholar. And then if you misbehave or do something that we need to take back our certificate, they will request first. And I'm praying I get the position so that I'll work with the secretariat. They will request for the certificate, the hard copy first. And we know sometimes you might make photocopies and things. So the best is to crash the data. The data you get when you scan. The secretariat will crash it. So that when you send the certificate to anywhere, they will scan it, but they will not find anything feasible. And if you are active on LinkedIn, some of the international organizations have started using such certificates.
All right, thank you so much. But would the organization that I'm going to ask me to present that certificate because you have given it to me. I will decide if I want to give it to you. And so if the person is not giving the certificate, like are the organization aware that you are being offered a scholarship and you have a certificate to attest to that?
When you were applying for, they asked you, have you ever held any leadership position before? I hope you remember. And you said yes. And they told you to add the leadership position, like the proof of the leadership position, the certificate. And then you made a photocopy of it. Right? So it's the same way any organization will also ask of.
The reason why I'm asking that question is that you, as you are going, they ask you, because maybe you know that you have done something wrong in the society. You have the, what's the name, offer of scholarship letter. You can send that one rather, because you know that you have done something, they will disturb you because of that. You will not even mind the certificate. You will take the offer of scholarship rather there. And that is the only proof that you have to show. They didn't ask you for certificate or anything. Are you hearing what I'm saying? So it's a wonderful and fantastic idea. I believe in it. But the implementation is what I've seen and its effectiveness. Thank you.
Talk on that. Do you know that when you have Mastercard Foundation Scholars Program on your credentials to apply for anything, there is a form you are to submit for the secretary to sign to show that indeed you are a scholar. Are you aware of that? So if you are aware of that, then it means even if you provide the offer of scholarship, you still have to go further to prove that you are a scholar. And that further can be the certificate.
All right. Just a quick one, Mr. Divine. I would like to still have this conversation on the scholar certificate. I want to believe that is your flagship policy, right? A flagship. Yeah. But which are you prioritizing?
All of them.
All of them. Okay. Very good. So I'm very glad it's your priority. It's part of your priorities. Now, Mr. Divine, let's take a critical analysis of this policy. Do you believe, as we are in school, as at now, this certificate is going to, please, do you believe, as we are here right now, this certificate is going to be of essence to us?
Yes, please.
Yes, please. As we are here right now. Very good. Now,
please, as we are here as scholars,
as we are scholars
on if you are a scholar, no.
Very good. So this certificate is going to take a maximum of 4 years or 6 years for us to get the certificate. We are done. So we are looking at time, smart goals. Let's not forget time bound. Is it going to be of help to us right now? So does that mean the administration, your administration, is going to neglect the welfare, the pressing need that we have to look at right now? The meal which scholars take, which is not up to standard. The meal which, when you noodles, my roommate Paul took noodles and egg was not on it. It's not a lie. I complained. Whatever I say is a fact. I won't sit here and lie. Okay? Thank you very much. Thank you. I took a picture of it and sent it to the chairperson of what? The welfare committee. Not only that, I was in another room. They took beans. He took beans, and the beans was going bad. So are we going to prioritize a certificate? I'm not saying it's bad. From your own sense, it's perfect. But as we are here now, and don't you think our presence as scholars alone, the skills we are going through, the education we are having, the opportunity we are having, alone is enough certificate for us to prove ourselves as scholars? Please, I'm not done. And finally, thank you. So, please, we do we do the needful before we do the want. Okay, you prioritize the needful before you do the want. That is what I'm trying to make. That is my point. And finally, to crown whatever I am trying to say, Mr. Divine, do you believe a certificate is more important than the value we should have as we are scholars? Thank you.
Mr. Ishmael, you were a presidential aspirant last year. Did you hear in the manifesto or the policies of the current administration that they will improve food quality?
Yes, I did.
Are you sure?
My answer is yes. Thank you.
And the policies they stated, do you have a copy that you can reference from?
No, I don't.
Very good. They did not clearly state that they will improve food quality. They did not. But yet, they are doing it. As you move as an administration, there are things that pops up that you need to pay much attention to. When we were beginning the academic year, the Welfare Committee, when I was part, we planned our yearly activities. We never included a health talk for ulcer and appendicitis. But as we moved on, things came by, so we had to drop some things and pay attention to some things. So the certificate might not be important to you, but it is equally important. But as I'm saying, if we move on as an administration, things that pop up will be attended to before some things.
All right. Mr. Divine, please, just a quick one. The certificate, your administration will have the chance to issue certificates to 1 year badge. Do you know that? This is policies we are talking about.
Let me correct your statement. It's not my administration. It's my administration together with the secretariat.
Led by you. Are you getting it? So if the secretariat accepts it, your administration or under your watch as president, if elected, will have the opportunity to administer certificate for how many badge? Just one year. Now, let's look at a situation where someone else come and be like, no, this is not needed. As we are looking at time and looking at what we have as a community, takes it off because it's not part of his priority. Please let me finish. How the rest who are behind, how do they get that certificate? Thank you.
Which someone? Can you be specific? A scholar or from the office?
So please, a new administration comes, or unless you want to assure us that you will hold it up to the secretariat to make sure that it has come to stay. And I believe the secretariat in their own sense know what they are doing in their respective office. And the certificate, as at now that it has not been implemented, should tell you that they themselves in their focus know what they want to achieve. That is why in their sense they have not brought anything related to certificate. Now you are talking about code, chip, that's a whole system to look at, and it comes at a cost. So the cost of bearing this certificate in 4 years or 6 years time, who is going to take care of it? Thank you.
How to cater for you are pertaining to the fund, right? Very good. I cannot tell you the person, but I want you to know that I made inquiries at the office before I wrote my policies.
Mine is not a question, but I just wanted to add to what Divine was sharing. Right. One of the signs to know that you are a visionary person is looking beyond today and looking into tomorrow. Right. If you speak to people who are no more program like this program for this year, one of the things that they wish they started, or one of the things they wish they had access to, is what Divine is actually talking about. Right. There are people that, yes, the secretariat can vie for you that you were on this program. But what if you don't get that feedback? What if you don't get it? Right? And one of the things I want to say is that, you see, if you are to look beyond today, as he said, yes, the food has increased, all this has increased.
For example, this current vice chancellor that is leaving office was the first person to bring one student, like so and so, like right. And I'm not sure if she leaves office, the one who is coming will say it's over, because it's a very visionary something. So if you have to look beyond today and look into tomorrow, you see that there are certain things that are more beneficial implementing them because they carry weight in the future, right? So I believe with this certificate thing, yes, we are all. I am for it, yeah. Genuinely, I am for it because your tomorrow, yeah, it's not just about you being on Mastercard for 4 years and that's it. There are people in other Mastercard programs, for example, University of Toronto, like Edinburgh. Those people, they know the value and the worth of these things, right? So I'm for it, and I respect the fact that the current administration is working on the food and everything. But when you look beyond today, what Divine is saying carries so much weight in the future. Yeah.
Hello. My question is directed to Mr. Ishmael. From your manifesto, you said you will establish the welfare. Did I get you right? You said you will re-establish the welfare committee. Did I get you right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
How? I think if I want to be specific, is it a
Implementation.
implementation? So the office is existing, and every administration comes. The people don't stay; they go. Are you getting it? So the re-establishment over here means that we want to make sure it works effectively as expected. That is the simplest way I can explain it for you.
And
Thank
is
you.
the current one not working effectively?
Divine, I don't think you want to come to administration and see the community where it is. Do you want to see it that way?
I want to know if they are working effectively or not.
So for all I can say, they are doing their part. But I believe the new set of leadership that will come should go steps beyond. Thank you.
Okay. You stated that, and it's indeed in the constitution, that a 5-member committee with 1 deputy. But during my tenure, we were 2, and you used that to say that it's a deficiency for the welfare committee. Is that right?
Please don't get me wrong. I am just trying to be a constitutional leader who doesn't neglect the guiding principles of what the community. So my point I was making initially, I said I didn't want to go there because it's a sensitive one that will come with its own backlash. But if you are not ready to receive the backlash, how do we make the improvement? Just because the chairperson asked, that is why I brought it out. So not to say I am attacking the welfare. I salute the welfare for the good work they are doing. Please, are we okay? Thank you.
And before hello, before you made the judgment call that the welfare has 2 deputies and it goes against constitution, do you have I hope you know the meaning of bylaws.
Yes, please, I do.
Okay. And did you ever ask around maybe the welfare head or any other member of the welfare committee the reason why they are more than the number?
No, please, I didn't.
Did you ask any council member if they met to go on an agreement to add an additional member or members to the welfare committee?
No, I didn't.
Okay, thank you.
Please, I have a question. You are mentioning bylaws. I want to believe it has been documented and made available to the scholars community. Is that so? You talk of bylaws, which from your own view, you want to use it to support the fact that...
I just asked. I didn't use it to support anything.
Okay. So, is there any bylaw that warrants that you can have 2 deputies?
Not that I know.
Not that you know. So, are you trying to downplay the fact that what I'm saying is constitutionally right or wrong?
Okay. I asked the welfare head or any other member of the committee the reason why they did that. You said no. Council, if they to make that decision, you said no.
Yes.
So
please, did you also meet to make that decision? Did you ask why you have violated the rules? No. So
So, for me, my question would be to Ishmael. I think he mentioned most of the things pertaining to the Constitution, right? And I would like to ask him, or like I just need a bit of clarification as to how he's going to implement certain things. Were you able to read the Constitution in first year? Like when we came fresh as scholars, when we were in C10, like, were you able to read the Constitution? Okay. You weren't able to read the Constitution. Yeah. So when did you start actually understanding the Constitution?
In level 200.
Because you were running for...
Not because I was running for a position. Mr. Meshach, don't you believe...
No, you said no, so just give like, okay, this is why I read it, this is why I didn't read it. That one will make it the conversation flow.
So what happened was that I saw it somewhere.
Okay. And you saw the Constitution somewhere?
Yes. Okay. And those who know me very well, my friends, would testify to the fact that it's law I wanted to read, but due to some 1 or 2 reasons, I found myself in business administration. So due to that interest for law, I read it. I want you to understand that...
It means you didn't read it because you're a scholar.
Listen.
No, so that like, I just...
Listen.
No, you see...
Listen.
I'm building upon your answer so that we'll
no,
help
listen, Mr. Mesha.
So it means you didn't read...
No, look.
You are not helping the conversation. It means
listen.
You didn't read because you were a scholar.
Listen to
For example, you saying you didn't read the KNUST student guide because you are a student.
So the primary and secondaries, I read because I wanted to read, and I read because it was about our community, which I'm part of.
When you started,
no, please
you said
relax.
You read because you saw it somewhere.
Relax. Okay. I want you to understand that if we are creating constitutional awareness, like I said earlier on, don't you think that when we came level 100, they should have made us aware that we have a guiding principle?
Did you see the offer of scholarship? You saw a link to the students. You saw everything there. It means you didn't even... Yeah, that's basically what you want to say. It was clearly stated there. So why did you sign something that you didn't verify? So it means... So like, let's just build on a point. Mm-hmm. Now you want to do it in such a way that the scholars should be able to be given that, or they want to know about the Constitution. But you read the Constitution when you were running for...
No,
the first one, you didn't read it. You just saw it somewhere. Like, let's be plain.
Mr. Meshach,
you saw the Constitution somewhere.
Relax.
Or I'm lying.
The point you want to drive at is pin it on me. That
no,
I read... Relax.
I'm just referring what you said. That's all.
Please, can I make my submission?
Yeah, you can make your submission.
You want to pin it on me that I read because I am contesting for a position.
I asked you the question, and then you were supposed to answer.
Can you allow me make my submission respectfully? Because I am contesting for a position. And even if, get me well, if what you are saying is true, I don't think it is bad for me to read because I am what? Vying for a position. And I think it has been helpful to us today. We came doubting ourselves what the Constitution is what? Saying. You have it, you pick it, you read, what is it saying, you clarify it. So even if that is the reason why I read it, I don't think it is what? Wrong. Thank you.
I'm not saying it is wrong. My concern is that you want to implement something that you didn't do when you were in first year. Right? The same Constitution was there when you came. Yes, so let's be frank. When we came for, I think, our first orientation, and even offer, there are links there that get this and get that. You didn't do it, but now that you want to become president, you want others to do it. Why didn't you see the need to do it when you were in first year? That's my only concern.
Okay.
Yeah, so because if it was beneficial, you should have read it and know that this and this and that. I think most of the issues you are facing was because maybe I didn't read about this. And when you go before the law, whether you read it or not, you be judged. That's the whole thing. So if you didn't read it, how then will you influence those coming or those who are already on the program to read it? That's the question.
So, Mr. Meshach, thank you very much for your concern. It may be legit before your own opinion. I believe we are humans, and at every point in time, we learn. Humans are born to learn. So, if in your own sense I didn't do it well, I accept I didn't do it well. But listen, it becomes unwise if you don't do it. And God being so good, I've done it. That is why I want us to know, as part of my policy, as scholars, let's know. It's not about what reading. Like I said, we can have with the judicial chair and plan how should we do it so that at least in less than 30 seconds, someone knows that this is in the provision. If we don't say it, do you want to tell me everybody in the scholars community know that when I'm getting married, the scholars council is supposed to give me 100 cedis? Sorry, 1,000 cedis.
The question,
no, please.
No. My question
please.
and your explanation are not matching. My question
Thank
is,
you very much.
my question is, so the thing is, my question and your explanation are not matching. The question is, now that you didn't read it, maybe you saw something that the administration didn't do, that's why maybe you didn't get the idea. The question is how you are going to do it, not the fact that you are going to do it. The how is the whole thing I want to know, like the how.
Mr. Meshach, please, you should be paying attention to me. I told you in partnership with what? The judicial chair. That is the how. So they are in charge of what? The constitution. So if you want to implement something, go to the judicial chair and tell them, how do you think we can do it? Is that not collaborative? So that is what I'm saying. I'm going to partner with what? The judicial chair. So and make sure that scholars are abreast with what? The constitution. So if you happen to be the judicial chair, I should be willing to what? Partner with
but
you.
You are still not giving me the how.
I'm coming. Mr. Meshach, I think Mr. Ishmael has already accepted the fact that he didn't read it when he was in first year, right? I think we should move to the next question and stop debating about it. Do you have a follow-up question?
Okay. My first question is to Mr. Hope. When he was reading the manifesto, he made mention that there will be an international cooking competition. If I got it right, I want to know how he is going to fund that particular cooking.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. When we talk about cooking and other activities in the community, with regards to sports, in the welfare structures, there is an allocation for sports. There is an allocation for every other activity, for electoral commission and all that. But with this that I'm saying, there is no allocation for it specifically, but we can add this to one of the subsections of the departments under welfare. It could be under entertainment. It could be under sports. So if we add this and the office come into collaboration with us, accept it, we will find it from that coffers, or the what's the name? The scholars coffers. Thank you.
Okay, so which of the committees do you see it fit for the cooking competition to fall under?
Come again.
Which of the committees you think that the cooking competition could fall under, and then what percentage? Like you made mention of the percentage allocated to the sports. What percentage is it allocated to the sports.
All right. Okay. If I could get you, you were asking which departments in welfare can we add this cooking activity to? Okay. That is what I'm saying, that it can be added to either sports, either entertainment, either what's the name? Different departments. The one that when we talk with the office and we all look into it and we see that, oh, this thing, when we add it to this, it will work, it's then that we will know what to do with it. Are you getting what I'm saying? Right now, I haven't decided on which of the departments we should add that to. Are you okay with what I'm saying? All right, thank you.
And then again, I think Ezekiel made mention that when you were in office, you were very inactive. And I think it boils down to the fact that someone could text you and then you would take a little while, or it would take time for you to reply. And then you were like, I think a question came again that scholars were not participating in most of the activities that were being organized by the office. And then why didn't you encourage scholars then to participate? And then you went like you went that you didn't want to react. There are some reactions that come to you when you post something inside the page, and so because of those reactions, you didn't want to say anything about it. So my question is, what is the assurance that when you put something on the page and then someone come into your DM and then the person asks or asks you to go and take what you've posted on the page, go and delete it. Go and delete it, and then there is no, excuse my words, maybe there is no sense in what you are saying. What is the assurance that you are going to remain calm and then not react to it?
Thank you. I get your question. When I say he sometimes come to my DM to tell me to go and delete something, it's not what I have posted. What other people have posted. Are you hearing what I'm saying? It's not what I have posted that he asked me to take down, but what other people have been posting. Recently, we were collating the name of those who couldn't get their names among those who take food from UAC. And I placed a message. I placed a message there ahead of time that this is what we are doing, so no one should post there. But when they posted a thing, he just came that I should delete. Sometimes I go into the people's DM to tell them to take it down. Sometimes when you act, you see, we are human beings. We are human beings. I have studied human being for quite a long time now. And I know how we all feel when someone do something to you. I hear what I'm saying. So when someone posted something into the group and I've taken it down without reaching the person may post it again. So I go to the person directly in his or her DM to caution the person. It's not everything that you need to exercise your power for people to see that, yes, you are the head, you are all that. I hear what I'm saying. Thank you.
You were like, because of the reactions that you got, that's why you weren't able to come onto the page and then tell us or encourage us, because you didn't want some people to come into your DM and then be disrespecting you and all that. So again,
I'm not really getting what you're saying.
I said you were like, you went like, it's because of the reaction, how people reacted to you, that you felt it was disrespectful. That's why you weren't able to come to the scholars, or you weren't able to write on the page that to encourage the scholars for us to participate in the scholars activities that are organized by the office.
All right, thank you so much. And if we talk about community projects, I'm sure it was when we were asked, like when we vacated, when we went home, and coming back, it was during the vacation that we had to execute our community projects. And when we came back, during ILF, recently, during ILF, before Sir Fidelis was talking about this thing, are you hearing what I'm saying? It was then that Mr. Fidelis was talking about these issues. That is where I took it from and considered it to put it in my policies, that when I come into power, these are the things that I'm going to work with. We didn't do any projects last year that I should come and I didn't hear any feedback on it that you guys couldn't do it. So I should come and encourage. Now that I am coming into office as president, recently when we finished the ILF, it was then that I considered it and added it to my policies. Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Thank you very much. So we come to the end of the presidential debate. No, some of our scholars are having a meeting. Yeah. So, yeah. 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 So we thank you guys. Yeah. So from today, tomorrow, you get the vetting results. Then campaign starts. So you guys can hit the ground. And as the law goes on, it should be electrical. Electronic, not flyers and then those things based. Yeah, you were saying something.
Okay, what I want to say is this is a learning process for all of us. This shouldn't, someone asking you a question shouldn't make you feel resentful or have a kind of bad mind towards the person. I am in this race because I want to learn. A lot of things happen in this community before we have seen. Okay? People saying things that are not true about others. I am in this race. All of them, when I came first year, he was my roommate. And right now, Meshach is my roommate.
Yeah, thank you.
Are you hearing what I'm saying? So this is the beauty of politics. This is the beauty of politics. We are together. We are brothers and sisters. Let us be fine. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so thank you once again. We start prayer. We'll end with a prayer. Then, as usual, before you go, questions, please, I beg. You want to pray? Yeah. So, okay.
Okay. Okay, please, let's pray. Everlasting Father, we thank you this moment for how far you brought us. We thank you because you've made provisions for us and you're able to lead us to a successful program. We pray the Lord, whatever thing that has happened here, we pray that you, God, will lead us, that we will have a successful election and be able to vote for the correct candidate to lead us in Jesus' name. Amen.
Yeah, please. Hello. Please, the bottles. You pick your bottle, then you can go and dispose it. Yeah, please, the aspirants, please, you guys shouldn't leave. You can take pictures together, then we can take together pictures before we go. Yeah, all aspirants, we take pictures.